Well, hello, everybody. Good evening and happy Wednesday. That's right, it's Wednesday. And where am I? In Stompy Mechland. I know, I'm never in Stompy Mechland on a Wednesday, but the GM is out on vacation and traveling, which means he's not here to run Abomination Vaults. Last week was Bloodlords, the game that I run. We could have that game. It's hard to run a game when the GM is not here. So, you guys get a special night of Stompy Mechs. We'll have Stompy Mechs tonight. We'll have Stompy Mechs tomorrow. And then, as always, I'll probably take Friday off. Because, it's Friday. I try to spend it with, family and doing all that good kind of stuff. So happy you guys are here with me. Just playing around in the mech lab while I was getting ready to get started. I saw a build from some people on the Kintaro 20 that I thought I'd try. They were doing binary laser cannons with ER medium lasers. Now, I thought that looked I put it on there, I took it out, I ran it in the testing grounds. It was a little bit spicier than I wanted it to be, and I found I really wasn't using the ER medium lasers very much. So I swapped it out a little bit. I moved it to I have light ferrofibrous armor on here. I changed it to ER small lasers instead so I could put another heat sink in there because they're freaking binary lasers, for God's sake. And the ER smalls are on there as kind of I'm up close, I want to get some extra hits in before I have to go. And I'm not unhappy with the damage that this thing is doing. I mean, Alpha Strike is a 43.5. I mean, you're not getting much out of the, stupid. I wish this thing would just stop turning these on. Just stop turning those on altogether. My camera has gesture tracking, and anybody who's watched me for a while knows that I talk with my hands. I do it. And it keeps on grabbing gestures and being like, I will turn off the tracking because I see that you did this with your hand. Stop it. Stop it, camera. Anyway. I mean, the ER smalls, they don't do a lot of damage. So the majority of the damage is coming from these binary lasers. With the duration drop on these things, of the minus, 0.7 seconds on it, they fire pretty quick. You can peek around a corner and go, ba-doo, and duck back in. I can actually fire them almost 7 times before I would overheat with them, which is pretty damn decent with 2 binary laser cannons. And chances of me being able to stand in one spot and just fire them continuously 7 times without having to stop and move and cool down a little bit is pretty low. So I think it's going to work out pretty well. We'll see. Who knows? Got to take it into combat. And then we'll find out for sure. And so, that's, where I'm starting out my evening with. And of course, we'll have ourselves our story time tonight. Continue our reading of Main Event by James D. Long. We have made it to where our main guy has made it to Solaris. So that'll be good. That'll be fun. We'll continue to check in on that progress. For those of you guys who follow my Tuesday story time, or if you don't, hey, where you been? Aren't you following my Tuesday story time? If you happen to be a fan of the Xanth series at all, I started A Spell for Chameleon last night. The Xanth series isn't available on audiobook. Now, there's some versions of it out on YouTube already, but screw them. They're not as good as me. I don't know. I haven't listened to them. But because there's not audiobooks of them out there, those are the ones that I tend to do on my Tuesday streams, or at least those are the ones that I want to be able to do on my Tuesday streams. So I started A Spell for Chameleon last night. Got through the first couple of chapters, and they're up on my YouTube page. I will continue to work through A Spell for Chameleon. If people want me to, I will continue into the next book after this one. If people don't want me to, well, I'll find something else. We'll see where it goes from there. Either way, check it out. I enjoy doing it. I hope you guys enjoy listening to it. I know the real Barbette listens to it on like time and a half. I don't know if it's because I speak too slowly or just I know a lot of people who listen to podcasts or audiobooks or anything like that at a higher rate of speed than they're recorded because, well, they're just used to things happening at a faster rate. Well, I'm not going to speak that way when I'm reading a book because that's not good for those. For one, it's not a good storytelling device. And for two, if somebody can't listen to it at that speed, well, that's no good for them. So, I will continue at the storytelling speed that I go typically. And hopefully, if you want it to be faster, it will allow you to go faster as you so desire. Hey, Tuna, good evening to you, my friend. How are you this happy Wednesday? I know, it's Wednesday. I shouldn't be here on a Wednesday, not in stompy Mechland. What was I thinking? I was thinking, this is where I needed to be tonight. Aw, yeah. Giggity. All right, let's check out how these changes to the Kintaro feel. Buttery Cajun chicken.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
So this is the Kintaro 20 that I normally have all of those large pulse lasers in.
Like everyone.
That I made some changes based on some other builds that I've seen out there recently to swap it out into binary lasers. You know, the binary lasers do 18 damage. The large pulse lasers do 11 each, so 33 damage versus 36. These have a little bit higher range to them.
Delta 3, down low.
I don't want to get in the way of that rifleman as he's doing his thing.
Target acquired. New target acquired.
Target
Gosser firing all the way from the frickin' back.
There's a guy way up there on D2, C2.
Echo pushing in left side, Delta 4.
New target
I'm on
acquired.
Echo.
Did we give up the top, everyone?
New
I
target
got cord. I
acquired.
gotta get off the top. Someone could take my place up top, but there's two up
Ooh,
there.
that night drive just dropped, I think.
Push on to Echo. Where you move? Delta 3.
Yep, there's multiple up top now.
Yeah, and all of our weight stayed down below.
On hotel.
All of our weight's going to stay down below. I can't very well stay up top.
Golf up top.
Golf's dropping.
Roger, Golf CT.
Because that's a good way for me to die.
Golf down.
Thanks for the fucking assist, guys.
Up top, Delta 4.
Who's shooting
Juliet.
in my back? What the fuck?
Juliet, pot.
New target acquired.
Never give the top.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
On India.
Right torso critical damage. Center torso critical damage. Warning incoming missile.
Bravo over CT.
Fuck.
I think we gave up the top too early, fellas.
Help with Echo.
Yeah. So I tried running the ER mediums on it, Tuna, and I wasn't happy because I wanted another heat sink on it to help with the heat a little bit, but
New target
Take
acquired.
care of Delta.
yeah, do these people not remember when I said, hey, are we giving up the top?
Acquired.
And I had to get off the top because there were 3 of us up there and our entire fucking weight was down on the bottom?
New target acquired.
And I don't know why all of our weight was sitting down on the bottom.
New target acquired.
I mean, literally all of our assaults walked right down underneath when they came in.
New target acquired. Center torso critical.
And so any of them who wanted to complain at this point as to why suddenly we are getting hurt, well, that's why. Because surprisingly,
acquired.
people went down underneath when they should have gone up top. But they didn't pay a lick of attention to what they should have done. Actually, you know what? Let's do this tonight. Let's put up the YouTube channel. I don't normally do that. And why not? I mean, most people know my Twitch channel at this point if they're going to know one. Alright, let's try this again. Alright. And then those people who bitch about the, why are you posting your YouTube channel? What are you doing? You little bitch. Can't complain because I put up YouTube instead. Alrighty. Time to read. Chapter 7. Solaris City. Solaris. 3 August, 3054. Jeremiah rose to see Mr. Warwick. Rose turned toward the security camera mounted high on the gate. Though there was little light this late in the day, he had no doubt the camera's operator could see him in vivid detail. He'd met with Bratchel the night before. A meeting brief and to the point, exactly the way Rose liked it. The man had turned out to be an entirely unpleasant fellow who had charged Rose an astronomical fee to put him in contact with the only man on Solaris still looking for a mech pilot. Like every weasel Rose had ever known, Bratchel could sense when another man was desperate. After a quick exchange of funds, Bratchel was on the phone to Desmond Warwick, owner of the aptly named Warwick Stables. 24 hours later, Rose was standing in the drive of Warwick's home, or mansion, as it turned out. The estate was huge, with extensive, beautifully manicured grounds to match the imposing 3-story villa that dominated the landscape. The side gate buzzed open, and he went on foot up to the building. The walk took well over 10 minutes, but he was not surprised no one came to escort him to the house. He felt like a beggar approaching the king's table, which was doubtless how Warwick intended him to feel. With only a single day to learn whatever he could about his prospective employer, there hadn't been enough time to do a thorough investigation. The little Rose had been able to learn was that Desmond Warwick, like many wealthy members of Solaris society, had arrived on the game world already possessing a sizable fortune. Although originally from Quincy in the Federated Commonwealth, he quickly became known as a man without loyalties, except, perhaps, to money and power. Hey, H-Mods. It's been pretty good so far. I mean, fairly new. Haven't read this author before, so new author for me. But been pretty good so far. He'd started his stable modestly, competing only in the secondary circuits, until his group of warriors had proven themselves against a variety of opponents. It was only last year that he'd become a minor player in the Solaris City circuit, but to date, his team had yet to score any victories against the major stables. Yet, from what Rose could discover, Warwick sounded like an able manager employing some good talent. And, more importantly, he was the owner of mechs. Rose ran over the facts in his mind one last time as he knocked on the gigantic door. Midway through the second knock, the door pulled open. Yes? Rose was greeted by a towering doorman. Well over 2 meters tall, the ancient man's gray hair flowed with abandon over his elegant uniform. It was one of the rare times in Rosa's life when he was forced to look up, rather than down, into someone's face. He hated that. Another point for Warwick. And now, a mech warrior battle. Dun dun dun.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Override
love this override.
Isn't that for suicide?
That's so you can have the choice of killing yourself rather than shutting down in front of the enemy and letting him blow you to bits.
Oh, I thought that was you don't push the trigger. Gotcha. My bad.
I mean, either way, you could either overheat slightly and not shut down in front of him, or not pull the trigger and not get up to over the 100%. Your choice.
Or, don't forget the or.
You condescending ass. I fucking overwhelm, overheat, and then I back off somewhere safe. I shut down, cool down, and I go back for it. You're not the only smart person in the world.
Or you just manage your heat.
Nah, it's not as good as getting the damage in.
I do, with the use of my override button.
He is manual shutdown again.
Target spotted.
We got Alpha, Irby, Juliet 8, Juliet 9 area. Woo, we got a lot of them over there.
Target spotted.
Target acquired.
Oh yeah, it's busy.
Smoke.
Target spotted.
Delta Fafnir, Juliet 8.
Fast runners, Echo is bringing in the wide
Target
line
spotted.
left. They're moving
There's
us.
a light heading toward India 10-ish.
Need assistance.
India 9.
Target
Yeah,
spotted.
Echo is going wide. India 10. Alpha moving up.
Yeah, exactly. Overheat well jump jetting. Isn't that always fun?
Foxtrot's still in the open.
Target spotted.
My team as a whole moved back this way.
Golf in the open. Golf in the open.
So I guess I moved back this way too.
Red smoke, I-10.
Delta in the open. Delta. Delta pushing.
Target spotted.
Delta. Delta. Delta in the open. Delta primary. Delta G. Delta still in the open.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
Duncan, head back toward us, please.
I couldn't have it lag.
I'm mad you called me a condescending ass.
Oh,
New
that was me.
target acquired.
Target spotted.
India.
New
Center
target
formation left.
acquired.
They're flanking around us.
Kilo pushing. Kilo
I-9.
pushing.
Sorry.
Kilo down.
Target
Next target.
spotted.
Golf in the open. Golf.
Target spotted.
Lima in the open. Lima.
Target spotted.
I'm gonna shut the door over here on the right side.
New target acquired.
Where our boy Fierce Ferret is at. Delta.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
Well,
Delta one touch.
pretty good meet you.
Delta's a stick. Oh, I got shot in the ass. All bad.
Mech
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
Kintaro build.
Why, thank you.
Please shoot a target.
Target destroyed. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Heat level critical. Heat sink destroyed. Heat level critical.
Yeah, I wish I got to shoot at guys like for like 10 minutes before they started shooting back.
Critical.
I know, right?
Shut down. New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
Venter torso critical damage.
I think we squandered our lead on that one, but what are you going to do? 1 killing blow, 3 kill assists, 1 solo, 1 KMDD, 607 done. I mean, that's not bad. Most on our team by quite a bit. So definitely not bad. And like I said, I think we squandered our lead on that one. We should have held that better because we were in the lead and then we just kind of threw it away. I kind of like this one. And this Kintaro as a whole is just, I mean, I was looking at this. I didn't realize this about it. It's got 105 freaking front armor on this thing. That's pretty ungodly for a medium mech. It's got a lot of front armor. You gotta love it. Thank you. Thank you very much. The giant stepped aside and motioned Rose inside. The foyer was like something out of a dream. A marble floor and staircase were framed by gilt-framed paintings over teakwood paneling. Arches to either side of the stairway led into other parts of the house, providing glimpses of even more opulence. Everywhere Rose looked, the house screamed elegance and money. Having been forced to walk up the drive, then dwarfed by the doorman and overawed by the entryway, many another individual would have been intimidated by Warwick long before the man ever stepped into the room. Rose, however, had exactly the opposite reaction. The ire that had begun to build within him during the walk surged by the time of the greeting at the door. Now that he was in the house, it turned into fury. How dare this man, who did not even know Rose, try to intimidate him, try to make him feel insignificant? He refused to let it work on him. Or perhaps it worked only too well. Down on his luck, dispossessed, and frustrated, Rose had had enough. He wanted, or rather needed, a mech. But not bad enough to put up with a man so obviously self-important. He felt like a caged animal standing in the elegant foyer. Though it had been only moments since he'd entered, Rose felt as if he couldn't stand it another instant. He was just turning toward the door when he heard a sound at the top of the steps. "Mr. Rose, how good of you to join me for dinner." Rose turned to look up at his host, instantly seeing how right he'd been about the man's self-importance. a tiny, slender man. Warwick was dressed in a formal silk suit, a garment undoubtedly tailored to his diminutive frame. The suit's gray silk caught, then reflected the light of the room, making Warwick appear almost to shine. His close-cropped black hair was perfectly in place, and the too perfect white teeth threatened to dazzle Rose in a too sincere smile. Warwick stopped on the third step, which made him slightly taller than Rose. "I trust you had no trouble finding me?" Now it was Rose's turn to smile. "No trouble at all." Rachel was most explicit. Warwick's nose wrinkled, as if what Rose said had an unpleasant smell. "In fact, I was pleasantly surprised to be able to find you as quickly and easily as I did." Warwick looked annoyed at the suggestion that it was easy to get to see him, especially in person. Turning away from Rose, he descended the final 3 steps and walked across the foyer. "If you'll accompany me, we can begin our dinner. I'm sure you'll understand if I'm forced to dispense with some of the normal formalities. With the upcoming match, I suddenly find myself in much demand." Warwick led Rose through the house, with only an occasional glance over his shoulder to make sure the other man was still following. Rose discovered, with some delight, that he could look over Warwick's head and still see perfectly. "I should think you would find that very gratifying," he said, making Warwick stop suddenly and turn toward him. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Rose?"
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
This is command. Eliminate all enemies. No
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Asbiel, Angel of Ruin. I love how much shorter my duration on the binary laser is than that guy's. I mean, it's shorter by 3/4 of a second, nearly, than it ordinarily would be. Which is nigh on ridiculous. They've got a Gauss sniper up high, all the way in the back. Probably Echo 7.
affirmative.
Got good aim, too.
Target acquired.
Spotted.
New target acquired.
Spotted. Target spotted.
Target destroyed. New target acquired.
Need assistance. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Can't stay up there. I was like everybody's favorite target.
Target spotted. Need assistance.
New target acquired. Left torso critical damage.
Jesus.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. 25% of the
I said I'm like everybody's favorite target.
target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
All these other targets are shooting. They keep on aiming at me. Okay, Death by Cuddles is a lot more hurt than I am, but...
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. We're experiencing some losses. Don't get sloppy out there.
Let's not throw away our lead again, everyone.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. The enemies are half depleted. Keep pushing. Target spotted. Target spotted.
Target destroyed.
Target spotted.
Target acquired. New target acquired.
We can't lose any more soldiers.
New target acquired. Heat sink destroyed. Heat level critical.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Need assistance.
Target destroyed.
Clean up the survivors.
Above me. Echo 5.
Target acquired.
Need assistance.
Left torso destroyed. Left guard destroyed. Heat level critical. Override shutdown. Right guard destroyed. Override shutdown.
Taking critical losses. Pull through.
Damn, I can't believe he didn't go down in time. I thought it for sure I was going to get him before I exploded. I knew once I lost that torso, I was not going to be long for this world. Well, I can live. I'm definitely too spicy for much living once a torso is gone. Especially if I'm up close.
Target destroyed.
Forces. We're detecting no
Yay!
missiles.
A win! A win! And an arrow up. Yeah, I kind of like this build. I mean, I can't tell if it's spicier than the other build or not. Wish I could have ECM on here. That would be fun. Excuse me. All right. Back to some reading. having your team in the upcoming match. I understand this is the first time you've placed a team in a Solaris City Championship. Yes, it is quite an achievement. Considering this is only the second year my stable has been dueling in Solaris City, it is very gratifying. Warwick turned back to face front, talking as he continued the trip to the dining room. Rose could barely keep from laughing aloud at the little man. Not only was he vain, but sensitive about it too. I understand this is something unusual for Solaris City. Haven't the games always avoided team championships in the past? Warwick turned and smiled back at Rose as he entered the dining room, where a waiter was quietly serving soup at 2 place settings. So, thought Rose, I got to take the long road to the dining room. Like the other rooms of the house, this one was expensively, if gaudily, furnished with linen cloths, oak furniture, china place settings, and silver utensils. The soup, which seemed to be some kind of chowder, smelled delicious. Despite himself, Rose found his mouth watering. Warwick took the seat at the head of the table and motioned Rose to the place at his right. This is something of a new event for the city, I must admit, Warwick said as Rose took the offered chair and unfolded a linen napkin. Warwick crossed himself and bumbled into his chest before resuming the thread of his discourse. There have always been various kinds of team championships in the matches held outside the city, but the idea has never really caught on in the main circuit. Warwick paused to sample the still steaming chowder. Rose did likewise and discovered it tasted even better than it smelled. The chowder is quite good, isn't it? Rose looked up to see Warwick smiling at him and realized he must have inadvertently allowed his opinion to creep onto his face. Quite good. As I was saying, the Solaris City Games have always featured individual matches, but lands versus lands combat is growing in popularity. I've tried to get the audience to identify with my team, rather than with a single pilot. People are growing jaded here in the city, Rose. They want something new. More conflict. More carnage. One-on-one combat is all well and good, and it will never go away. But melees are where the future of the sport is heading. Oh, really? Yes. It's a situation where everybody wins. The gamblers have more angles to cover with the different potential confrontations. The spectators have more action packed into the same amount of time, and the stable masters can register for events by team instead of by pilot.
Weapons on the all systems.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Eliminate all enemies, no matter the cost.
Si, senor. Save the bakery.
That is a very, very bright kit box. It should blend in very nicely with the, I don't know, the toxic waste.
Oh, that counts as my pink almost.
Yeah, I think
Hey,
it does.
Tetsu.
Still
Excuse me.
On a dark
I
map,
got something
it's
stuck in my
low,
throat tonight.
Unlike
super
HPG.
glow.
Griffin come through towards Delta 6-5?
Kind of.
Target spotted.
Yeah, just hang out, wait for them to push the corner. They can only come through
New
one at a
target
time.
acquired.
Rotary bushwhacker in the center, getting brave.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Affirmative. Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Thanks.
Assault Charlie 5.
Target spotted. Target
New
spotted.
target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Sorry. We're experiencing some losses. Don't get sloppy out there.
Yeah, fall
New
back guys.
target
Don't
acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
Oh, look. Tuda was on the other side.
Enemies are eliminated.
New target acquired.
Spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target
Target spotted.
acquired.
Target spotted.
Target destroyed.
Target
Delta 5
spotted.
top.
Target spotted. Thanks.
Target
Target
acquired.
spotted. Target
New
spotted.
target
Right
acquired.
side.
Need assistance.
Target destroyed. New target acquired.
Target spotted. The enemies are half
Think
depleted.
it's hotel 1 touch.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
Target destroyed.
Clean up the survivors. Target spotted.
Target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired. Center torso critical
Target
damage.
spotted. Affirmative.
Yep. Yeah, I know the feeling. That just happened to be here with a frickin' nuclear caveman who has, frickin' 6 large pulse lasers.
No more hostiles. Good job.
All of a sudden I came around a corner and he said, "Your CT? It's gone." But it was a good match. I mean, it wasn't too one-sided. You guys started out really strong on that, but we managed to pull it back. Oh, yeah. And the pilot, does he win? Rose had stopped eating while Warwick talked. Even with his limited time on Solaris, he could well imagine the crowds had become desensitized to the violence of the duels. It was even starting to happen to him. On a planet where life was held so cheap, it was easy to forget that the mech pilots putting on the show were also made of flesh and blood. The pilot? Well, sure the pilot wins. He's part of a team and has his lance mates to back him up. Somebody will be there if he makes a mistake. Warwick smiled triumphantly. It sounded all right, but Rose had broken in enough rookies to know real teamwork, the kind that solves more problems than it creates, could take months to develop. So far, he'd seen nothing on Solaris to indicate any of the teams ever got that kind of time to practice before a match. Only the best or luckiest teams would advance more than a few rounds in any tournament. His opinion of his host and the power brokers backing this plan sank to a new low. I believe the concept will only increase in popularity over the coming years. Which is where you come in, Warwick was saying. Rose snapped back to attention and refocused on his host. Where I come in? Yes. You told Bratchel you were a pilot in need of a mech. Well, I need someone who can lead my team to victory. I currently run a stable with 5 pilots and 5 mechs. All are suitably skilled, but none have the spark. Spark?
Reactor online. Sensors online.
We have more tags.
Online. All systems
Override engaged.
override engaged.
I'm a streamer in the way that Dr. Pepper is a doctor.
Target
Target
spotted.
acquired.
All right, looks like at least one trying to come in through the tunnel.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired. Target destroyed. New target acquired.
There's an assault in B4. Just watch it. There's an assault B4.
Heard, thank you.
That Kodiak is open.
Target destroyed. Target acquired.
Multiples coming out of the tunnel.
Need assistance.
target acquired. Heat level critical. Target destroyed. New target acquired. Heat level critical. Heat level critical.
Target spotted.
Heat level critical. Override shutdown.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target
Target spotted.
acquired. Target destroyed. Target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Hate it when you hit the wall.
Need assistance.
New target acquired. Target destroyed. New target acquired.
Trip CT.
Target acquired. Target destroyed.
Target spotted.
Atlas is a stick.
You got
New target acquired.
Oh yeah, he's open.
Heat level critical. Right torso critical damage. Override
Both
shutdown.
sticks. Both sticks.
Woohoo! I just have to wait and get the heat back.
What? Oh,
Target destroyed. New target
Yay, ER small laser.
yeah, no shit. Came in clutch.
target destroyed.
Oh, back in sorrow.
No, I used to run it with 3 large pulse, and I like it with these 2 binary lasers.
I'll have to keep that in mind.
I mean, 746, 5 killing blows. It clutched there at the end. Hot damn. As everybody came around the corner, I just said, binary laser, binary laser, binary laser. And those ER smalls at the end. I do. Oh, that was great. 746, medium mech, tier 1 match. I will take that any day of the week. Hot diggity. Guess my unit doesn't get on much on Wednesdays. I'm never on Wednesdays, so what would I know? Spark? Spark. That elusive ability to snatch victory from defeat. That extra edge that makes a contender a champion. Not that I disagree, but you don't even know me, Rose said, setting his spoon down and leaning back in the chair. Besides, you've gotten this far without me. I know you, Mr. Rose. I know you called nearly every mech shop in Solaris looking for a heavy or assault class mech in working condition. Warwick smiled briefly. I know you didn't find one. I also know there's nobody matching your physical description who has a service record with any of the great houses of the Inner Sphere. Of course, that doesn't necessarily tell me you've never served any of the 5 house rulers. Just that the record is buried deeper than normal. How's that for information? Warwick's too sincere smile returned. Not bad, but it still doesn't explain why you want me. Rose didn't like the way the conversation was going, or how much Warwick already knew, or what he knew he did not know about him. You obviously want a mech, and you're willing to pay for one. With the clan invasion, prices are high and quality mechs are, shall we say, scarce. Since you went looking for a mech before a stable, I'd say you're more interested in the equipment than money or fame. Rose sat in silence. Warwick was good, and he must obviously have an efficient network to gather this much information in so short a time. In short, you want a mech, and you're willing to fight to get one. Now, the only question remains is what do I want in return for helping you? Rose smiled. Warwick didn't appear to need any encouragement to continue talking. It looked as though the next course would not be served until the conversation was finished. I need someone who can guarantee me victory in the final match. The fact that I can't turn up any information on you prior to your arrival on Solaris leads me to believe you are either very, very good, or only a mech warrior wannabe. In either case, I can discover the truth in short order. However, I'm prepared to wager that you fall into the first category. What can I offer in return? No need to ask. I can see the question written on your face. In exchange for your services, I'm prepared to offer you the mech you pilot in the final match. The price to be determined by an independent appraiser after the match. And the mech? I'm not prepared to divulge the actual type until we're further along in our negotiations. However, I can tell you it is an assault class machine, one that was refitted in the Federated Commonwealth. Warwick was smug. He had presented Rose with a neat answer to his problem, and the entire offer came gift-wrapped. What do you say, Mr. Rose? You're not likely to receive a better offer.
Online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems now.
Override engaged.
Override
This is command.
engaged.
Eliminate all enemies, no matter the cost.
Let's see what this dark little dank hole of a map can offer me today.
Ark, are you long range, or you medium range, or brawler, or what?
Sure, Tuna. I would be happy to. I'm always happier in a group than I am being all solo.
Protect this position. Affirmative. Affirmative.
In fact, I am in the looking for group right now if you want to shoot me an invite.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Attack as primary. Need assistance.
Target acquired. New target acquired.
Don't stop in the middle of the road, man.
Oh,
On the road again.
Target acquired.
Just can't wait to get on the road again. Going places that I have never been.
Target spotted.
Just can't wait to get on the road
Need
again.
assistance.
New target acquired.
Yeah,
Target
quite a bit of shots
destroyed.
coming
Target
from
spotted.
Delta 4.
Target spotted. Thanks.
Target
Target
acquired.
spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Need assistance. 25% of the enemies are eliminated. Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target
Target spotted.
acquired.
Bravo, left torso.
Thanks. Target spotted.
Looks like he's not going to try to jump up again.
Target spotted.
Ow.
New target acquired. Target destroyed.
We're experiencing some losses. Don't get sloppy out there.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
The enemies are half depleted. Keep pushing.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Warning,
Target
incoming
spotted.
missile. Target destroyed. Target acquired. New target acquired. Target
Almost got them
destroyed.
all. Clean up the
Thank
survivors.
you, Fairchild. Thank you for the save.
Warning, incoming missile. Right
Affirmative.
arm critical damage.
Target spotted.
Warning, incoming missile.
Target spotted.
Target destroyed. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Must be a UAV up over there.
Target spotted.
Panther. Panther, Delta 5.
Target
Echo.
spotted.
Target destroyed.
We're detecting no more hostiles. Good job, soldiers.
Nice match, everyone. All right, I think I'm going to move out of the Kintaro now and move into my new little kit box. Or do you want to run Kintaros for a little bit first, Tuna? I suppose we can run Kintaros together first. It seems only right. At least a match with dual Kintaro 20s. I say no. Rose stood, forcing the chair out in the same motion. Warwick's eyes widened, as if the only possible answer to his proposal could be an unqualified yes. Rose wiped the corner of his mouth for emphasis and threw the linen into his chowder. I haven't been long on Solaris, Warwick, but I know you. I know men like you. I'm not desperate enough to cast my lot with you, even if you seem to have all the answers. Thanks for the hospitality, but I'll see myself out now. Don't be a fool, Rose. I may be a fool, Rose shot back, but you're a chopped-off little runt with delusions of grandeur. Warwick was out of his chair in an instant, overturning it onto the hardwood floor. He slammed one hand on the table, pointed the other at Rose, shouting something incoherent at the same time. He was the picture of righteous fury, except that instead of striking the oak table, Warwick hit the edge of his bowl, flipping chowder across the room and burning his hand with still-hot liquid. His roar of fury quickly turned into a yelp of pain. At the sound, the door behind Warwick flew open, and two men rushed into the room. The doorman, who entered first, went immediately to his master and took the injured hand in a gentle but firm grip. The second man was much smaller, with the body of a wrestler. His small head was perched atop a thick bull neck and broad shoulders. He smoothly stepped over Warwick's chair and prepared to seize Rose. No! Halted in mid-stride, the wrestler tried to look at Warwick and Rose at the same time. Rose, despite the volume of Warwick's command and the obvious authority in his voice, never took his eyes off his opponent. Scoggins, show Mr. Rose to the gate, then return to this room at once. Rose, I swear you haven't heard the last of this. You want a mech so bad you can taste it, and I could have given it to you on a platter, but not now. Nobody's going to sell to you, Rose. Not after what I tell them. Nobody. Rose started to turn on Warwick, then saw Scoggins reach into his jacket. By the look in the man's eye, Rose knew he was outgunned. He was just waiting for Rose to make a move on Warwick, but Rose pulled up short. No man mocks me in my own home, Jeremiah Rose. No man. I'll see you later then, Warwick. Just be sure to bring a lot of friends. As Rose walked out of the room under Scoggins's watchful eye, he left Warwick thrusting his hand into a pitcher of water, teeth clenched, eyes ablaze. Chapter 8. Solaris City. Solaris. 3 August 3054. Rose, I didn't expect to see you back here. Rose smiled at Dylan and wondered how anyone could keep his sanity constantly surrounded by trivids of assault mechs locked in battle. Rose hadn't noticed it the night before, but Dylan seemed oblivious to the racket. He simply observed the patrons of the Pelican intently while constantly smiling at some private joke. Evening, Dylan. Does that mean you didn't think I'd find Bratchel? Or that I'd be so grateful I'd leave you alone? Dylan's smile grew even wider as he began wiping down the bar. It was obviously a nervous reaction. Not that the bar wouldn't benefit from a little care, but Dylan was studying the plastic just a little too hard. Rose had meant the comment as a simple conversation starter, but it seemed Dylan had a lot on his mind. Feeling guilty about something? Dylan looked up and smiled, but still didn't speak. Rose was starting to become annoyed when the bartender moved to the beer rack and pulled out a Connor's Dark. I can't really say I feel guilty, but if I'd known where Bratchel was going to send you, I'd have simply played dumb. I've been told I'm very convincing. You know where I've been? Rose took a long pull from the brown bottle and tried to savor the taste. Evidently, dark beer was an acquired taste. Dylan hadn't asked for money yet, so maybe now was the time to acquire it. Even after a second mouthful, Dylan hadn't moved from the spot, or given any indication he was planning to. Rose looked around the bar and wondered if the comatose barman would be missed. But things were still slow at the Pelican. It looked like some mech warrior groupies had arrived early to mark their territory, but the available crew seemed to be coping with the clients very well. Rose continued to drink. Yeah, I know where you've been. Half the Black Hills knows where you've been. Rose raised an eyebrow interrogatively as he set down the empty bottle. Dylan seemed to be caught in some inner struggle. He walked silently back to the beer rack and extracted another Connors. Did you accept? Accept what?
Discord can't win it alone. Please speak up in voice. Team voice, I mean.
Rose sipped his beer. His stomach rumbled in slight protest. A stomach filled with half a bowl of chowder was definitely not the location for mixing in alcohol.
You really want to know what I think?
He smiled innocently and reached for a bowl of pork skins.
So, I mean, no, not really, but you can tell me what you think and I'll be okay.
Alright, well that's good to hear.
Seriously though, you guys are rolling 4 deep, that's fine. Just let us know so we can help you, help us, help you. Please. You don't have to.
Reactor online.
That's just the three of us,
Sensors
dude.
online. Weapons online.
My bad.
That's fine. I mean, we're still a team and we're
All
still
systems
communicating with the rest of you.
Override engaged.
This is command. Eliminate all enemies, no matter the cost.
Override has been up.
If it helps, I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want. Don't tell us what you want, what you really, really want. I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want.
Stop that.
No. Reported. Thanks, Big Eagle. That was awesome.
Affirmative.
Don't forget to spot your targets. It is as valuable as...
If you want to be my mech warrior, you gotta get with my friends. Make it last forever. Mechin' never ends.
Should we tighten our counterclockwise pivot and get Delta 4 high, or...
Target acquired.
I wouldn't do that.
But if we wait to get the high ground... I mean, I don't know, I'm just talking out loud. Forgive me, please.
You gotta have high ground, man.
So Echo 4 high ground?
Target spotted.
Ish. If.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
Nice job spotting Delta.
New target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired. Warning, incoming missile.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
I'm barely scratching people at this range with that.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Rotato, potato, da dee 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 potato. Rotato, dee 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 dee. How fast can we spin it? Doo 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 doo.
Target spotted.
All right, so we've made it to their drop zone. Can we make it back to ours?
Target spotted.
I mean, only if we don't, like, spiral in.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Oh, sorry, buddy. Kintaro. Didn't mean to walk in front of you.
It's all good.
Spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
I feel like we should turn the other way real quick. Echo 4 to Echo 3. Turn right around.
I'm right here
That's my
behind
gut.
you, Atlas.
Target
Maybe my
spotted.
bullshot.
New target
That's my gut.
acquired.
My gut's not always right, but
Target spotted.
New target
it is getting
acquired.
stronger with
Yeah,
every-
let's stop the rotation, turn back. They're very heavy in Echo 4 high.
Yep. I'm gonna die first. Fuck my life.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Need assistance.
New target acquired.
Bravo
Guys,
CP.
turn around.
Need assistance.
Oh, you guys didn't turn
Sorry.
around.
Target spotted. We're
Some of you did,
experiencing
some of you
losses. Don't get
New
sloppy.
target
Target spotted.
acquired.
Need assistance.
Thank you for the cover fire, Death
New
Wish.
target acquired.
Target spotted. Need assistance. Target spotted.
Caveman Teddy,
Target spotted.
if you guys ain't shooting something, we can use your help over here.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Need assistance. Target spotted. Target spotted.
Alright, Caveman Teddy, let's take out Juliet, King Mufasa. Legs. And Juliet legs.
New
Sorry.
target acquired. Heat level critical.
25%
140%
of the
New
enemies are
target
Juliet and
acquired.
Echo.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. We've lost half our force. We can't lose any more soldiers. Target spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired. New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Target destroyed. New target acquired. Warning, incoming missile. Heat level
India's a
critical.
stick.
Warning, incoming missile. New target acquired.
The enemies are half depleted. Keep pushing. Target spotted. Target spotted.
Target destroyed. Heat level critical. New target
Target
acquired.
spotted. We're taking critical losses. We need you to pull through. Target spotted.
Kill high spirit.
Target
Warning,
spotted.
incoming missile. Target
Almost got them
destroyed.
all. Clean up the survivors. Spotted.
New target acquired. Target destroyed.
Alpha, center force
Warning.
on camera.
Foxtrot's a stick. We just have the missile boat left in Echo 3 or so.
Affirmative.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted. Affirmative. Target spotted.
Incoming missile. Heat level critical. Warning, incoming missile. Torso critical damage. Heat level critical.
We're detecting no more hostiles. Good job, soldier.
Good turnaround, everyone.
Yeah, that was scary.
Hey, McKay. Jeff.
I think as far as the video game can be scary.
I know the NASCAR was fierce in this one. I mean, I said it at one point. All right, we've made it to their drop zone. Are we gonna make it back to ours? I mean, come on now. But 820 damage done. I'm liking this Kintaro build. So, for those of you guys who happen to have just been joining, Jeff, McKay, looking at you. You guys have seen me running the Kintaro recently. I've been running the Kintaro with 3 large pulse lasers. I made a change today. I've got Tuna with me, but you're welcome to come along as well. Yeah, the solution to a bad NASCAR? NASCAR. But yeah, there's only 2 of us at the moment, McKay. You are welcome to come along. So I'd seen some builds with 2 binary lasers and 2 ER meads. I liked the idea of the 2 binaries. The 2 ER meads added too much heat for me, so I switched it to 2 ER smalls, added another heat sink, and I've really been pretty happy with it. So, Tuna, if you can for a second, can you pass me lead, and I'm going to grab us another lance mate. Lieutenant McKay, how are you tonight?
How goes it?
It's going alrighty.
I'm not doing too bad myself.
All right, and I'm going to switch over to my Kit Fox.
I'm just re-equipping my Rhino missile boat here real quick.
My new beam laser Kit Fox. All right.
There you go.
Invite sent to you.
All right, saving this loadout.
Yeah, Jeff. Like I said, I tried it with the ER meads, and it was just I wanted a little bit more heat management on it. So with the ER smalls, I was going down to the Kit Fox anyways, Tuna. But with the ER smalls and being able to add the additional heat sink to it, it was like perfect for me. I can use the binary lasers, let's call it 6.5 times before I overheat. And chances are I'm going to have to move at some point in there. So dropping it down to, let's call it at least 7 times I can use those binaries before I have to either cool shot or I would overheat is not bad. It's felt really good. All right, back to main event. Just be aware, McKay, we're going to be running in Tier 1 matches tonight.
Okay.
So, just warning you ahead of time, so.
I will stick in the back and rain down hell and try not to get shot.
Like I said, just warning you. All right, let's see, where was I at? His offer. Warwick must have made some kind of offer. I mean, you were invited to his house, after all. Rose looked up from the bowl of disappearing pork skins and was genuinely surprised to see Dylan was upset. Very upset, apparently. I take it people don't get invited to the Warwick estate just any evening. Rose looked around for another snack bowl while taking another sip of his beer. His stomach was still rumbling, but not as seriously as before. No, they don't. Most people get invited to his mansion on the south edge of town. What do you have that he wants? Dylan's eyes were locked with Rose's. He obviously expected an answer, which made Rose even less than normally inclined to give him one. Dylan had been a source of information, however. Maybe he shouldn't antagonize the man just for fun. Well, I didn't get invited to his house. At least not initially. I was scheduled to meet him at the stables, but as I was walking out the door, I got a call from a Mr. Buttricks. Yeah, that's Warwick's doorman / butler / bodyguard. Rose nodded at the information. It was always good to have a name to go with the face. Down the bar, he spotted another snack bowl just as his fingers were hitting the last of the pork skins. Two groupies were rummaging through it, spearing the snacks with long fingernails. Got any more? He tipped the empty bowl of pork skins toward Dylan, who nodded and reached under the bar for a plastic sack. I caught a cab at the hotel, Rose continued, but the driver wouldn't take me to the gate. I got out about half a block away and walked the rest of the way. Warwick's sure got a nice place. Dylan, who had almost finished refilling the bowl, nodded. It's nice, all right. The previous owners? Now they had class. A duke or maybe it was a baron. Some sort of Steiner nobility. That fellow sure had the blue blood. But not Warwick? No, Warwick's definitely a commoner made good. No class. Rose liked listening to Dylan more than talking to him. Despite the barman's earlier anger, he seemed more at ease now, chattering almost cheerily, urged on with only occasional comments from Rose. Any idea where he got his money? Are you talking about on the Panther or on the Kintaro, Jeff? Dylan nodded, but was called away from the conversation by a pair of fans. Rose used the time to take a better look around the bar, which was filling up fast. The first of the evening's matches was due to start in less than an hour, and most of the good tables were taken. Yeah, I like the quirk that it's got on it. Add everything else. I mean, with the binaries, it was shortening the laser duration by like 0.7 something of a second, which is huge.
That sounds really nice.
Yeah.
That was on the Kintaro?
That was on the Kintaro 20, yeah.
I might have to check that out.
Now that he was better attuned to it, he noticed that both the noise level and the air of excitement had begun to build. He'd finished his second bottle when Dylan returned. Ready for another? No. How about some citrus juice? All we got is apple, but it's not bad. Dylan had to fill 2 other orders before he got back to Rose with the juice.
Hey, MK48, can I ask you a question?
As I hear the tale,
Just interested.
Warwick was some kind of merchant. He happened to be in the right place at the right time with God only knows what during the first few months of the clan invasion. He made a killing, folded his tent, and came to the game world, just like every other loser, Fool and Shark.
Online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
What did that guy just ask me in game chat? I couldn't even make out what he said.
Hey, what was it you were asking, Lieutenant McKay?
Guess he doesn't care.
He'd said something about getting behind you for a reach around. I don't know.
Oh,
Probably
wow.
something about poop in there somewhere.
Damn, you should buy me dinner first, at least. Come on.
Well, maybe he did say something about dinner. I don't know. I missed part of it. I was reading.
I demand surf and turf. I want steak and salmon, nothing else.
Not even like a baked potato with it?
Oh, well, no. I'm saying that's my minimum. Nothing else. Like, that's my minimum of what I'll accept.
Oh, I mean, you said steak and salmon, nothing else. I mean, I was like, no water, no bread for the table, not a baked potato.
Asparagus, mushrooms, baked potato, starter salad. I want the works. You gotta wine and dine me before you get that far.
No. Jesus, I still don't even have words.
Target spotted.
But you just spoke. You had words.
Target acquired.
I keep forgetting to put that tag up on the upper mount.
You're the override guy.
I am the override guy.
New target acquired.
I say it at the beginning of every match. It's just to remind people, one, that the match has started, and two, if you want the override, press it now.
New target acquired.
Got a howl out there.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
And he was a condescending asshole. I wasn't the one who called him that, but...
Target spotted.
Wait, you don't like just being the override guy?
Target spotted.
No, I actually say it myself at the beginning of every match, Jeff.
Oh, I know.
Oh, no, Jeff on a buffalo.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Damn, this lost lock. Come on, Cyclops.
I'll say it's actually not only to remind people that, to hit the overrides, it's to remind me to hit the override.
Acquired.
I'm telling you, if they would put it on the skill tree, I would happily spend skill points on it. I mean, very happily. On a permanent, just the override is on. Duct tape for the button.
New target acquired.
Without any hesitation, I would spend on that skill point.
New target acquired. New target.
But there's also a lot of people I know that end up hitting like alt-tabbing out.
Target.
And so I also hope that by saying it, they will realize that the match has started.
Target spotted.
Fafnir, come on. Target lock, come on. Too bad you see him.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. Target destroyed.
Oh, cooked himself. Get that sniper up there.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
See a lot of guys shooting at unlocked
Target
targets lately.
assistance. Target spotted.
target acquired.
Affirmative.
Shit. God, that dude out there is just lighting us up.
That turret right in front of you there.
Target spotted.
I could hit that.
Do not let the enemy
Back,
keep it up.
please. I'm an X on map, which is open.
Fuck.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
Target acquired.
I'm pinned. I'm cord.
Introducing
Shit.
critical
Yeah.
damage. Target destroyed.
I don't think I got this, guys.
You got this. You got this.
I kind of believe in you. Just kind of.
I mean, I believe in me too, but that's only because I know I exist.
Just shoot the part of you and tag
With only beam lasers left? Yeah, not so much.
Good try, though.
You still go. You still go. I can see you. You're gonna call this back.
That was a fun match.
Never going to be mad about a 7 to 12.
No.
Especially because every time I poked out and tried to do anything, somebody shot me with frickin' lasers.
Yeah, dude, that sniper was brutal.
And everybody just left him alone. They're like, he's got ECM. We're not going to worry about him. We're just going to let him shoot us in the face.
Bring something that's meant to deal with that kind of thing more. And bring out the kaiju for that. 6 ERPPCs.
I know, right? Freaking lasers. You don't say. Sorry about that. Just a little bitterness spilling out. I'm definitely a fool. Which makes me either a loser or a shark. Rose considered the analysis and wondered if the barman was really that perceptive. He had indeed come to Solaris as a shark, but things had not gone his way for the last 2 days. So, what about Warwick's offer? Dylan pressed. Rose studied the other man for a moment, then decided to tell the truth. I had to turn it down, he said. Dylan let out a long breath Rose hadn't realized he'd been holding. You ever meet a guy who you knew at first glance you were going to hate? Dylan almost nodded, but it was his eyes that said yes. That was Warwick. Time for dual Hag 40s and 4 heavy medium laser ultraviolet. Ooh. That was Warwick. The fact I made it through half a bowl of what was surely the best chowder I've ever tasted is testimony to both the cook and my patience. I'm glad to hear that. You seemed like a good guy when you came in here the other night. I'd have hated to see you working for that man. Well, I need the work, but I could never answer to a man like Warwick. Rose looked up from his juice to see Dylan smiling from ear to ear. The grin was infectious, even without the beers. Cheer up, the young barman told him. Who knows what's around the corner? Hey, there's someone here you'd like to meet, and you don't even know it. Jarl, Over here. Rose had started to half turn around when he felt someone slam into him, driving his ribs into the bar and the air from his lungs. Dylan! How about a pair of shooters? Rose gasped for breath and tried to look up at Dylan's friend, nearly gasping again when he saw her. Jarl was dressed in black and red leather from head to toe. Her red pants, cut low to flatter rounded hips and a firm stomach, were tucked into the tops of her knee-high black boots. She wore a black leather jacket with a red skull on the arm nearest Rose. He tried to get a look at her face, but a tangle of black hair obscured his view. Jarl, you know I can't drink on duty. At least not this early in the evening. Besides, you almost incapacitated the man I wanted you to meet. Rose was still partially bent over the bar when Jarl lifted one arm to brush the hair from her face. Perhaps the hair in her eyes obscured the fact that she was too close to Rose to bring her hand up that fast. Her left arm caught him under the chin, slamming his teeth together and catching the tip of his tongue between the incisors. Rose closed his eyes in pain, then started when he opened them again and got a look at the woman who just whacked him. He guessed her age at probably close to 30, but no more. She was beautiful, her skin smooth and pale, with a hint of laugh lines at the corners of her mouth. She was every cadet's dream, except for a black patch covering her right eye. Rose looked into the other eye, which was green, and saw the challenge, fear, joy, and fire in the woman. The outfit and the devil-may-care attitude were all part of what she had become, a beautiful woman whose beauty had been forever ravaged. Rose smiled as warmly as he was physically able, coughing slightly as his lungs reinflated. I can't be altogether sure at this moment, Jarl, but I believe I will be forever grateful to Dylan for introducing us. He held out his right hand and tried, almost successfully, to suppress a cough. Jarl eyed the hand warily before taking it in a firm grasp. Who've we got here, Dylan? I don't believe I've ever seen him before. Mr. Rose. You've heard of Mr. Rose? Jarl nodded slightly, and fixed Rose with an icy stare. Though she had stopped shaking his hand, she did not let go. Rose could feel her body tense, but didn't understand why. He returned her stare, but with warmth. Mr. Rose has decided he doesn't like Stablemaster Desmond Warwick, and has but recently returned to the company of decent people. Jarl relaxed slightly, and allowed a ghost of her previous smile to return. Jeremiah to my friends, Rose said. Jarl here is the 5th pilot with Carstairs Stables. Her team is scheduled to go against Warwick in the upcoming Lance final. Don't be so melodramatic. Who does like Desmond Warwick? I mean, dear God. He's a jackass. What he means to say is I'm almost good enough to be on the team, but unless someone slips in the shower, I'm in the audience like everybody else. Her smile returned. So, if Dylan won't drink, how about you? Ever had a pelican shooter? Dylan grimaced and turned away from the bar, as if afraid to see what was coming next. Pelican shooter? Just a harmless little drink, Jarl said. Rose looked into her one green eye and tried to gauge just how harmless the brew might actually be. Come on, it's on me. Dylan, set him up. Rose was far from convinced, but decided not to argue with Jarl.
All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Got the urge to create that shot now. A pelican shooter.
We'll have to see if we hear what's in it.
Right?
It's 3 parts pelican.
You just squeeze pelican blood into some vodka and
You're like, oh.
no, whoops, got that bound backwards. Alrighty.
See, at least because this is Conquest, there's not going to be anybody sitting up on the high snipey points.
Except potentially me. Like, all I've got are ERPPCs. I'm gonna be somewhere where I can see everything.
Resource point Sigma is now controlled by the enemy.
Target acquired.
We have data. Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired. Target destroyed.
That's a kill.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Like to think everybody else that did all the other damage to that guy.
New target acquired.
I'd like to think all of you who actually did the work.
Target
Yeah, exactly.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Oh, it's already.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. The way there. Do not let them push ahead.
We got a light mech behind us, high I-9.
Yeah, 2.
Target spotted.
Yeah, there's one left side of the mountain, one on the right side. I tagged him with one shot.
Target spotted.
Target acquired.
Target spotted. A good start. Keep holding the resource points, warriors. Target spotted. Need assistance. Target spotted. Need assistance. Affirmative. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
Right arm critical damage. Heat sink destroyed. Heat level critical. Left arm destroyed. Left down. New target acquired. Warning. Left flank destroyed. Left critically damaged.
Fuck, I got surrounded by a whole bunch of people.
Shit.
Target acquired. Target destroyed. Warning. Incoming missile.
Target spotted.
Target acquired.
Still did 300 and something damage, so I'm not upset about it.
That's not bad.
Target spotted.
Target destroyed. Target acquired.
Target spotted.
Target destroyed. New target acquired.
Doing good on kills, but don't lose track of caps and let them get too far ahead to where we can't catch up.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
I'm gonna run those cap right now.
Target spotted.
Because it's too easy on this large of a map to all of a sudden realize that shit, we killed them all, but we're too far away to be able to get to all the points in time.
Yeah, and then some light just runs around and stalls.
Yep.
Target spotted.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
A little fruit fly flying around in my freaking
Target destroyed.
office.
I hate those little bastards.
Target spotted.
You get those up here all the time.
The feet are upon us.
I'm not in the feet. I don't want that.
But they just said the feet are upon us.
Rude.
I know, right?
Ask first.
I didn't agree for the feet to be upon me. We got to get at least one more point. At very least.
Target spotted.
Yeah, we're going for Kilo.
Target acquired.
Kilo's not on this map.
Is there not? Is that not a K up there?
It is.
Academy?
However, they call it Kappa.
Kappa. Ah.
But I understand. For the longest time, it's golf, echo, tango, Kilo,
Exactly. Doing so much
Sierra.
over the years. It's like I'm so used to Kilo, not Kappa. What the fuck is Kappa?
I'll say, I was in the Army. I learned them entirely differently.
Yeah.
And Gamma, Epsilon, Theta, Kappa, Sigma, those were not them.
No.
Those are some Greek shit right there.
Yeah.
Somebody didn't consult me about those.
Right. Clearly, it's the Macedonian army.
There you go.
Alexander Kerensky the Great, you know.
Yeah, it's not going to matter at this point. There's no way that they can catch up in points.
Shadowcat's trying.
New target.
Like I said, there's no way.
Nope. All right, let's go.
Main event by James Long. YouTube.com/@SirArmenius. Oh, I
Alright,
only got an
500 damage and a
equals.
kill. I'll take it.
325
my,
damage done, 324 taken, -1 for the suicide. That feels like even to me. And I got an equals. So.
Given my previous tier 1 experience, I'll take that match.
Sometimes it just works out that way.
Right?
Aw, yeah, giggity. Oh, I should probably put some skill
Giggity,
points in
giggity,
this. I forgot I was skilling this up, which means I should put skill points in it. I mean, it's the little things. Let's see, what do I need? Oh yeah, cool run definitely, heat containment. There we go, those are good things. And now back to find out how many parts of Pelican you put in a Pelican shooter.
At least 3.
2 Pelican shooters on the way. Rose craned his neck to see, but whatever the barman was concocting was obscured from view. Several patrons turned to Rose and Jarl. Most looked amused, but Rose thought he could see real concern on the faces of others. Jarl obviously loved every bit of the attention. Just what are these things? He demanded jokingly. Jarl only smiled in reply. Well, if you won't answer that one, perhaps you'll answer another. Her smile indicated she might, so Rose continued. Why buy me a drink? And, by the way, how do you know who I am? Well, she said, glancing over at Dylan, who was apparently in the final stages of mixing. I'm buying you a drink because I know who you are. And I know who you are because I make it my business to know anybody I might have to kill. Rose's entire body went tense for a moment, but Jarl was no longer looking at him. Around them, he heard the crowd gasp as Dylan brought 2 tumblers on a tray held high above his head. 2 Pelican shooters, he declared in a loud voice. Around the bar, other patrons began to crowd around Rose and Jarl. Rose was beginning to question the wisdom of accepting a harmless little drink. As Dylan set the tray on the bar with a flourish, Rose knew he'd been had. Before them were 2 tumblers, each half filled with a brownish liquid Rose only guessed was alcohol. Celery, or onions, or something equally undesirable floated on top. As the crowd gathered closer, Dylan reached onto the tray and grabbed a sardine with each hand. He waved each fish above his head, prompting the crowd to a cheer. With every Pelican shooter comes a story, he said, producing a murmur of general approval from the crowd. The Pelican is a survivor, just like the inhabitants of Solaris. One day, a pelican was gliding over the river, just north of this bar, looking for something to eat. People gathered around and began to smile. Obviously, a real pelican had never flown anywhere near Solaris. But like any inside joke, it did not need to be funny for the listeners to share in the camaraderie. Pollution was bad in those days. The debris and sewage so awful, you could almost walk across the river from bank to bank. But the pelican was determined. They even say the river caught fire, but the pelican didn't give up. Suddenly, through the smoke and flame, the pelican spied a fish. But at the same moment, another pelican approached, its sights set on the very same fish. Dylan dropped one sardine into each drink and placed the tumblers in front of Rose and Jarl. The two mighty birds began a race to the fish. Dylan pulled a small lighter out of an apron pocket and leaned close to Rose. No fair blowing on your drink first, Mr. Rose. To the winner, a meal. But to the loser. Dylan flicked the lighter and passed a flame over each drink, which began to burn with the clear flame of an alcohol fire.
Opposite us, who's red, is a target.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Most unga bunga.
But can money be exchanged for good services?
No, only serviced goods. I am sorry, your fingers are too wide to operate this mech. For a special mech operating wand, please mash the keypad now.
That's such a great episode.
Yes, it's probably my favourite. It's certainly the most memorable anyway.
Yep, I need to back up.
Just keeping an eye on the tunnel for a minute to make sure that nothing tries to poke its way through.
Target acquired. New target acquired.
Two of them are coming up to the butt crack. I mean, the armpit, excuse me.
They both can smell the same.
Butt pit.
Not seeing anything coming into the tunnel.
Not the tunnel, the armpit.
I know, just saying nothing coming into the tunnel.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just, hey.
Good job on the accent.
Although, you know, I like me a good tunnel entrance.
Oh my. Don't we all? Meow.
Target
There's
acquired.
more coming through Charlie 3.
UAV up over the plane. And another one up over the saddle.
Oh, that's rude. Stop shooting me.
I would shoot them down, but all my things are in my torso. Which means I have no arms to shoot them down.
There's a locust behind us. Bravo 2H
Uh-oh.
area.
Yeah, there's an Irby over here on our left. Oh, wow. Okay.
Target acquired. New target acquired.
This is me forgetting I'm an XL.
New target acquired.
Yeah, that sucked. That dude came over the, center, clearly a Night Star with like the 4 AC2s, and just lit me up.
Ouch.
New target acquired.
What, they weren't killing us enough? We needed to kill ourselves?
I mean, yeah.
Bravo didn't kill himself, they killed somebody else.
Well, that's why I said we killed ourselves. Oh, an arty. I get that.
Yep.
Well, that was a match to forget.
Yeah, it's weird when that happens, isn't it? When somebody's just like, yes, you are the one that I love. I will charge you until you die. Or I die, whichever comes second.
Whichever. Fuck's sake.
That's it. Angry fish.
Do 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 do. Angry fish. Do, 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 do.
Angry fish do 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 do. Angry fish do 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 do. Angry fish do 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 do. Angry fish.
Kills the shark. I hope it doesn't kill the shark, because I'm in the shark. I'm going bull shark this way. Come on.
As Dylan backed away, Jarl leaned forward and began fanning the flame with her hand. The crowd, meanwhile, had begun to chant, setting up a current of air that nearly put out the diminishing flame. Rose jumped forward and began to fan his drink, too, but Jarl's head start proved the difference. Her flame went out first. As she was raising her glass to drink, Rose had just managed to extinguish the flame in his. Hey, Lego Man, how are you? As he grabbed for the glass, the crowd roared, urging him on. Next to him, Jarl was trying to gulp down the brown liquid through tear-stained eyes. His own eyes began to tear at the drink's nauseous smell, which was as bad as Rose had feared it might be. Closing his eyes and holding his breath, he opened his throat as wide as he could and poured the drink down in a single smooth motion, barely feeling the fish slide over his tongue on the way to his stomach. With a wide smile, he overturned the glass and set it back on the tray while Jarl struggled with the last of the dregs in hers. Rose risked a bream and discovered the aftertaste was as terrible as he'd feared. He glanced at Dylan, who stood smiling behind the bar. Jarl coughed slightly and slammed the tumbler down on the tray, wiping her mouth with the back of her free hand. The crowd broke into wild applause. "Damn!" she exclaimed. "Dylan, why didn't you warn me I was going against a professional?" The crowd broke into laughter as her face turned red. "Rose is the winner! Drinks on the house, all night!" Dylan reached over and raised Rose's hand above his head. Those near Rose clapped him on the back and shouted their approval. "And Jarl pays for a round of drinks!" Dylan grinned as the applause grew louder. Jarl, still red-faced, rolled her eyes and smiled at the crowd. Yeah. One round, Dylan. Put it on the tab." Jarl turned to go, but Rose stopped her. "Just a second, Jarl. Mind if we talk for a second?" "Sure thing. But let's get a table near a Trivid. The first match is about to start." Revenge of the 3-Day-Old Sushi. I may have to try to name another mech that, but I think I'm limited in the space I can put in there. Rose ordered 2 bottles of Connors and followed Jarl to a booth just off the main viewing area. Despite the nearness to game time, the booth was still open. As Rose slid into one side and Jarl into the other, he noticed the booth offered an excellent view of the main Trivid, near perfect viewing without the press of the crowd on the main floor. Override engaged. Angry fish. Angry fish.
Go fishy, go fishy, go.
You know what's a real angry fish? The taste of Cajun tuna. You can fit Booty Warrior as a nickname.
Oh,
That is fantastic.
I'm making a new account.
No, as a not as your nickname, because of course you could fit that, as a mech nickname.
Oh, well, I'm making a new mech. What mech has the fattest ass?
I don't know. I could tell you what mech should be nicknamed the Double D, but
Go on.
that would be the Fafnir. Was there any
Oh
doubt?
yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I was just seeing if your head was in the same place I was.
Okay.
I mean, the Fafnir has to be the Double D.
Short range stuff. SRM
I mean,
stuff.
that's bigger than Double D. I don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, but you still just got to call it the Double D.
Fair.
Need assistance.
Double G for
New
double
target
Goss.
acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Double H for those things are freaking huge.
Or for double heavy Goss.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
These things are freaking huge. Airstrike incoming.
Target spotted.
Double H for oh my god.
Ermagerd.
Ermagerd.
Target spotted.
Jeez. Got way too much shit and
New
angles I
target
don't want to
acquired.
be in.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
UAV.
Shit, I'm stuck in a building. Fuck. Fucking building. Fuck. Stuck in a building. I'm literally stuck in a building right now.
Uh-oh.
Target spotted. Need
There we go.
assistance.
Warning. Yeah, warning. Incoming missile. I know.
Warning, incoming stuck in a fucking building.
I know there's incoming missiles. I don't want there to be, but there's nothing I can really do about it. I don't have an AMS. What do you want from me? Stop yelling at me, Betty. The murder ball is leaving me behind.
Damn. A lot of SRMs on that dude.
And they're
I was hoping to take him down before he got me, but I didn't.
Target destroyed.
Ow.
What size are those HG cup? They hold my heavy Goss. I will be right back. I need to take a quick bio break.
Target acquired. Target destroyed. Target acquired. Target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. Target
Just trying to stay
acquired.
alive.
Target destroyed. New target acquired.
Warriors, you have taken the target. We are victorious.
Oh no, arrows down. Readied up. So before I get back to the book, I got to tell you guys something. So I was really in a moral quandary today. Oh,
Uh-oh.
I gotta fix my camera really quick. Because it followed me as I left. So I gotta make it come back to me. So I was out with my friend. We were playing golf today for the club championship. And the match went back and forth throughout the 18 holes. First I was ahead, then he was ahead. Came in, we're on the 18th hole. Completely tied up. I got to be the first one to hit off the 18th hole. Smacked it so nicely. Par 3. Hit it right onto the green. Probably, I don't know, 10 feet from the hole. And he managed to smack it right into the woods. Shook his head. We went in there and, right thing to do was I went in there to help him to go look for it. And we spent about 10 minutes in there looking for the ball. Couldn't find it anywhere in there. He said, you know what, why don't you go ahead and go up there and hit? I'll look for another minute or two. If I don't find it, I'll go back to the tee and I will, I'll go ahead and hit again from the tee. So I walked over to the hole and I went up and I putted and I knocked it and I missed the 10-foot putt. Sucks, but I mean, I ended up about 2 feet away. As my ball stops, I hear him yell, "I found it!" And I hear the chip. He chips it from the woods, lands it about 2 inches from the hole. And as I stare down at the thing, all I could think was, I feel in my pocket, I pull out his ball, and I wonder, do I tell him about the fact that I have had his ball in my pocket? Or do I call him on the fact that he lied and said that he found his ball in the woods?
Uh-oh.
Sorry, long joke. If you've never heard that one before.
I'm gonna go hang myself now.
You're like, you had me in that story. Damn.
I thought you were being for real about something like that.
Haven't played a day of golf in my life.
Me neither, and I intend on it staying that way.
I've gone to I've played mini golf, and I've gone to, I went to a driving range once and had somebody yell at me, "You gotta keep your arms straight." I'm like, fuck that. I was just out here for fun. I didn't need somebody critiquing me. I'm leaving.
Right. Went to a driving range one time when I was
Override engaged.
think I maybe hit the ball about 50 yards. I'm like, nope, never doing this again.
Putter is a pool cue on the green. Damn right. as all things should be. She was, but she's been watching The Biggest Loser, so now she fits in a light mech.
She's not a loser.
Target spotted.
Yeah, but it's a Panther, so is it really a light mech or is it just a small medium?
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
Top looks entirely clear. How the hell is the top entirely clear?
They're all out on the flanks, it looks
area.
UAV
Certainly where their lights are.
Nope, not entirely clear. Kit Fox up high. He just dropped though.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Alright, beam laser.
The fuck is all their weight?
Target spotted.
I don't
There's
know.
There's a Jaeger Piranha. There's a Jaeger mech down here underneath you.
Heard. On my way.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Very
Light
heavy
mech in our
Charlie
back,
Kilo.
up high.
New target acquired.
That's C4, C5.
Target spotted.
I'm leaving.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Okay,
Annihilator underneath.
Smoke up top.
Target spotted.
How many times are you gonna miss that UAV? Shoot a mech.
Target spotted. Affirmative.
I don't know what's hitting me in the ass back there.
Target spotted.
Hell.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
Ooh, what's already? I'm gonna go away from that.
New target acquired. UAV activated.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
There's 3 mechs in there, dude.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Oh, sorry.
Target destroyed.
2 mechs.
New target acquired.
Target
New
spotted.
target acquired. New target
Target
acquired.
spotted. Target spotted.
Coming to help with the
Torso
fleet.
critical damage.
Target spotted. Target spotted. We held the zone for 25%.
Target destroyed. Heat level critical. Target acquired.
Frick.
Target destroyed.
340.
Target
spotted.
acquired.
Halfway there. Target spotted.
Chick-fil-A cookie. He pushed one of the bottles over to Jarl as she turned on the speaker built into the boot's back. Hope you like Connors. Yes, cookie, good. Jarl nodded and adjusted the volume. Rose couldn't understand the announcer's words, which were in Chinese, but might as well have been Greek as far as he was concerned. Jarl, on the other hand, was obviously picking up on it. Hey, I'm sorry if I made you mad, he said. No, not mad. It's just that I don't lose often, and I don't like it when I do. Nothing personal, really. You're good. Thanks. It's just a trick I learned at the academy. It's not too hard to do with a little practice. Just concentrate on opening your throat and let the liquor slide right down. Neat trick, but still just a trick. As you say. Before Dylan brought the drinks, you said something. Yes? About having to kill me. Yes? Could you maybe expand on that point? I guess. I mean, you did buy me this nice, warm beer. Rose decided not to meet the challenge in her voice or her eyes. Eyes? You mean eye? She only has one. Ba-dum-bum. She wasn't kidding when she said she didn't like to lose. He let the silence linger as he listened to an announcer he didn't understand go through the warm-ups for a fight he didn't care anything about. Sorry again. Jarl lapsed into silence and partially turned to the main trivid. A stalker was lumbering through the doorway of the mech shed. Rhodes tried to guess the arena, but couldn't place either the pilot or the location. He'd have recognized one of the 5 major arenas instantly, for each of those was as distinctive as the sector of Solaris City that spawned it. This must be a match in one of the lesser class arenas of either the capital or one of the other nearby towns. The announcer became even more excited as the trivid image switched to a banshee, presumably the stalker's opponent. But Rose still found it difficult to get enthusiastic about the prospect of men dying for the amusement of others. Do you have any idea how nervous you make people? Jarl asked suddenly. Pardon? Do you have any idea how nervous you make people? People like Warwick, or my boss, Carstairs. Rose eased back into his seat and thought about the question. I guess not. I'm just one guy. What's to get nervous about? Plenty. You're an unknown. That drives the odds makers crazy. But God, what it does to the stable masters. I hadn't thought of it that way. You'd better start. Did you know, within a half hour of your first call for a mech, half the stables in Solaris City knew about you? By the end of the first day, most of the stablemen in the city had placed calls checking on your service record, which came up empty. Really? Yeah. Any idea why nobody would sell you a mech? Not at all. Most of the people I contacted said they didn't have what I wanted, but that got a little hard to believe after a while. Rose thought back to all the calls he'd made during the inbound flight aboard the dropship. Out of all the mech dealers on Solaris, not one would sell him even an abused heavy or assault class machine. Finals week. That's why. This is the last week of the season. A new guy like you isn't much of a threat for the Grand Championship. That's handled by a process of elimination. On the other hand, there are plenty of other competitions you could enter if you had a mech. Events like the match between Carstairs and Warwick. Events where the team is entered, not the individual competitors. Were there any mechs on the ship that brought you here? I don't know, Rose said. Most of the cargo bays were off limits. Probably not. If there had been, they'd have been impounded until the end of the week. No new blood until the end of the season. What little manages to get into the city is roadblocked. If new blood is so dangerous to the odds, and money, of the gamblers, why am I still walking around? Why was Warwick the only one to approach me? You don't have a service record. Most stables probably passed you off as a mech bunny, or ghost. Rose simply stared at her. That's wannabe or spy to you out-of-towners. Either way, only a desperate manager would touch you. A guy like Warwick. And if I'd arrived a month ago? No problem. Rose slammed the table and rocked both bottles. Only a quick grab by Jarl saved her beer from spilling all over her and the table. Sorry, he said. What about next week, when most of the battles have been decided? Can I get a mech then?
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems
Alrighty.
online.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Your task is to wipe away all hostiles. Show no mercy.
Honk for Jesus is peachy problems. In case, for those of you who didn't know that. Peachy problems, a strimmer.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Target acquired.
The hell?
Target
Something hurt me,
acquired.
but didn't even hurt my armor.
It could be like a light PPC at too great a range.
Yeah, so I'm thinking it probably was. It looked like a PPC bolt.
UAV activated.
Target spotted.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
UAV activated. New target acquired. Center console critically damaged.
The enemy has started to chip away at us. Stay frosty. Target spotted.
Damn, that match sucked.
Oh, you down already?
Uh-huh.
Oh, what's hitting me, but I don't like it.
4 of us are down.
Damn. All right.
New target acquired.
You sneaky little fuck. Yeah, that's right. Well, all right. I've been left alone to die.
New target acquired.
Enemy forces at 75%. We're now. Hostiles take down any more of you.
Yeah, it wasn't great.
Level critical. Critical. Target destroyed. Left torso critical damage.
The jaws of defeat are closing in around us.
Left torso destroyed. Ultra.
Warrior, respond. This is Clan Command. Respond.
Cookie. For those who haven't ever had it, Chick-fil-A cookies are fantastic.
Just about everything they do is fantastic. It's so they just make delicious stuff.
Yeah, but my wife got this when she went out with my daughter to, like, Spirit Halloween earlier today.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing else from there would still be good at this point. Their cookie, on the other hand, scrumptious. Yes. I said scrumptious. Not just scrumptious, but scrumdiddlyumptious.
Oh my. Are you sure?
Yes, I am.
Alright, I'm gonna try to get fast myself here. Light active.
Sorry, he said. What about next week, when most of the battles have been decided? Can I get a mech then? It is truly scrumptious. Of course, when the stream is over, I believe my son also made cookies today, so I might have to consume some of those too. Probably, but still not for sure. Most of the stables have you pegged either as idle rich or trouble. Either way, a tech is only going to sell to you if he's willing to risk their anger, or if the profit is so good he can't pass up the opportunity. Until the major stables figure out who you are and what kind of trouble you're going to be, you're dispossessed. I'm nobody to these guys. Why do they want to make my life so damn rough? Because they can. You can get a mech. You're just going to have to wait a while to do it. In 2 or 3 months, most of the stable owners will have forgotten about you. Fun time brownies. Those are good in a whole different kind of way. Rose could only growl and slam the table again. I leave in 10 days. Then you leave without a mech. Rose didn't want to believe her, but thinking over the past few days, he realized Jarl was right. Few, if any of the locals would talk with him, and those who did seemed on edge. The Pelican was the only place in town where he felt even halfway welcome, and that was mostly because of Dylan. There had to be a way to get a mech, but he couldn't guess what it might be. He concentrated on spinning his empty bottle until he realized he was ignoring his companion. Looking over at Jarl, he saw she was engrossed in the trivid on the main floor. Rose followed her eyes and watched as the stalker and the banshee caught sight of one another for the first time in the fight. The orange and gray stalker let fly with every missile it had. The black banshee, seemingly surprised by the encounter, triggered both its PPCs, but the blast of the missiles and the suddenness of the stalker's attack made both shots go wide. As the smoke cleared, Rose could see how good a shot the stalker pilot was. He triggered all 4 flights of missiles at the Banshee's torso, blasting away armor and threatening the mech's delicate interior. The Banshee attempted to back around a corner, but the stalker pressed its advantage. Rose wondered where they were fighting. The announcer was practically screaming in his ear, but the volume didn't help his comprehension. Jarl was studying the fight intently, yet without the air of bloodlust that had gripped the rest of the Pelican's patrons. The spectacle held everyone in the room in its thrall. As Rose turned back to the trivid, the stalker continued to close with the Banshee, which had fired its shoulder-mounted missile rack, but only scored scattered hits along the stalker's left leg. In return, the stalker delivered a single large laser into the Banshee's already damaged right torso, melting rivulets of plasteel and setting off a series of minor explosions inside. Rose knew the battle was already decided, but the Banshee kept fighting, and the stalker continued to press its advantage. Viewers unconsciously edged closer to the trivid, sensing a kill as the Banshee attempted to battle on. As it staggered back, the Banshee fired its pair of front-mounted medium lasers and one of its PPCs. Rose saw the pilot also attempt to line up the Gauss rifle, but the stalker pilot was keeping well to the right of its humanoid enemy, preferring to take the laser and PPC fire as the Banshee's heat rose. Again, the Banshee pilot had aimed low, succeeding in hitting, but not damaging, the powerful legs of the stalker, which were driving toward the nearly stationary Banshee. Rose turned away with a slow, sad shake of his head, knowing what would come next. The Stalker continued to fire its medium lasers as it collided with the Banshee, driving its armored snout into the battered center torso of its foe. Picked up off its feet and driven backward, the Banshee folded around the Stalker. As the force of the blow slowed the Stalker, the Banshee uncurled from around the other mech and flew backward, its remaining PPC firing blindly through the air in a slow, graceful arc. As the Stalker fought to regain control, the Banshee landed on its hip, then rolled onto its back, whiplashing its head against the ferrocrete floor. Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Target spotted.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
Artillery strike online. New target acquired.
Is that Yoon Tao on the other side? Is that the name I saw over there?
Target spotted.
It is Yoon Tao.
New target acquired.
Whoa. I need to get out of here. They're all rotating on top of me. Woohoo! Black Lantern away.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
Artillery strike online. New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
Torso critical damage. Right torso. Gas ammo destroyed.
The ditch.
Right arm destroyed.
Yeah, there's a group of lights running around as a pack, just murderizing anybody that they find out on their own.
Yeah.
Critical damage.
Myrtleizing. Myrtleating? Myrtlatoring?
Murderificating?
New target.
Your efforts here have been seriously disappointing. The enemy is victorious.
Even though he was part of the group that killed me. I like Yuntao. Yuntao is good people.
Re-equip here real quick.
Sparks flew along the back of the fallen mech as the stalker succeeded in maintaining its balance by staggering into the nearby wall. Hey, Mr. Blockhead, how are you tonight? This isn't where I advertised. Yeah, I mean, it's where everybody knows I'm at, but, you know. That's why I thought I'd throw up YouTube today. See what happened. Because that's just the kind of guy I am this week. Where was I? Oh, yeah, there I was. Although the mech punched completely through the wall, it succeeded in remaining upright. With only a slight wobble, the stalker approached its fallen foe. Rose was still shaking his head when he glanced over to Jarl, catching, by accident, the face of a man just a few steps away. Shoulders relaxed, feet slightly spread, he was standing near one of the Pelican's several fire doors. Rose stared for a moment before realizing who he was seeing. I understand. I get it. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. Jarl, with the man to her blind side, did not realize Rose was looking past her and continued to watch the combat. As Rose met the man's eyes across the room full of humans mesmerized by the destruction of the Banshee, Scoggins drew a gyrojet pistol from his jacket and aimed it at Rose's table. Rose was halfway across the table when the shot hit Jarl in the side of the head. As flying bits of blood and bone blinded Rose, the murderer crashed through the door and escaped into the night.
Damn.
Well, you said you didn't like the guy. That's his
but
that was his henchman. Yeah, that was fucked up, man. Fucked up.
I like the idea that somebody 1,000 years in the future is still running around with a gyrojet pistol from the 1960s.
Yeah, well, bear in mind that they take notes on a note pewter. Chapter 9. Solaris City. Solaris. 4 August 3054. 6 hours after the shooting, the Pelican stood silent and vacant, except for Rose, Dylan, and a Lieutenant Vietz of the Federated Commonwealth Police Department. Yeah, a noteputer, an iPad. I don't know exactly what it is. I mean, a BlackBerry? I got nothing. I don't know exactly what they consider a noteputer to be.
The iPad 1K. iPad 1000.
Override engaged. Is that what version they're on at that point?
Yeah, probably, if not more.
All systems are actually nominal.
My systems aren't just nominal, they are phenomenal.
Ah! You left them stunned in silence.
And that's only because I spilled a bowl of pho in my mech cockpit. I have stunned them once again. Bet you didn't see that part of it coming.
What is that anyway? Some kind of soup?
Yes.
And noodles.
And herbs. And spices.
Beef. And onions.
It could be chicken.
Oh, true. I prefer beef, but yeah, chicken's good.
Charlie, my bad. Bad button.
Shoot me in the leg already. You should be on my stream already. Not shooting me in the leg.
I am in your stream.
Oh, that's why you shot me in the leg. I get it.
Bravo.
Well, hello then, my friend.
No. Careful, Delta. Charlie 4, Delta. Target spotted. Yeah, they're coming out from behind people.
Target spotted. Affirmative.
We need to support the Fafnir.
Target acquired.
Fafnir, get out.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Two, there are two. One with ECM.
We're rotating into Charlie 4.
Get out.
Moving around to the rear.
There are one fleet with ECM and steel armor.
Yeah, we might have some of the canyon in Charlie 3 as well.
We do.
India. Next.
Flea's almost legged.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Enemy UAV. Thank you.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Don't chase. Back.
Target spotted.
Alpha priority. In the trench.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Don't go. Don't go back.
Target spotted.
Target destroyed.
Target spotted.
New
Target
target
spotted.
acquired. Artillery strike online.
Yeah. That's a good hit.
Target spotted.
I'll take that.
Target
New
spotted.
Charlie Salon.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Need assistance.
People in Charlie 3, we need here.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
The flea is almost legged. Just a reminder.
Yeah. With proxy priority.
I need help in Charlie 3.
I'm here with you.
Big one kilo. Yeah.
Center torso critical damage.
Target spotted.
Kilo.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Need help up here? Damn. You got me. I did a number on him though.
Ah.
His torso is pretty much now.
Cross ammo destroyed. ERPPC destroyed. Ammo expired.
I couldn't do a fucking thing. I couldn't hit any of these fuckers. I did
Oh, are you down?
86 damage.
Here.
Damn.
Delta.
I don't think I've done that little amount of damage in this fucking night gear, and I couldn't tell you how long.
Oof.
I gotta stop, trying to chase after these fucking lights.
Right. It's so tempting to do.
Ouch.
Yeah, I don't like the Black Knight myself. I know I've seen some people run them, but...
Alright, buddy. Well, I think I'm gonna bounce for tonight. I gotta hit the hay. Got no sleep last night, so...
I understand. Well, thanks for the matches.
Alright.
Appreciate it.
Thanks
Catch
for
you soon.
having me. I'll catch you later.
All right, back to the book. As Dylan went over what little he knew of Jarl's too short life, Rose sat in what was becoming his customary seat, silently sipping a Connor's, his first since the shooting. I know, isn't it amazing? It works well in one and sucks in the other. With ill-concealed contempt, Rose watched the policewoman work. She was beautiful, if somewhat short for his taste. But he had learned long ago to never judge a woman by her appearance, either for good or bad. In another circumstance, he might have been impressed with her soft features and athletic body. But tonight, she was just another officer. An officer he did not care to be around. An officer who, for 6 hours, had done nothing but ask questions, covering the same ground over and over. As the adrenaline wore off, Rose went numb from the shock. He was no stranger to death in most of its grisly forms, but he had never been this close to the work of an assassin. The juxtaposition was almost too much for him. People had been laughing and having a good time. People weren't killed the way Jarl was killed. They died on the battlefield, or in some accident, or at home in bed. The situation started to play on his nerves before his professionalism and experience took hold and glued him together. Jarl was a soldier, wasn't she? Not like any he'd ever met, but then most of what he'd been experiencing on Solaris was unlike anything he'd ever encountered. Life in the Comm Guards had certainly been more straightforward, if not easier. Dogma and duty, his lancemates had called it, the twin Ds. Rose had been questioned for only an hour by Lieutenant Vietz. She obviously hadn't learned much, or else she didn't like what she'd learned, because she'd ordered the bar closed and made everyone go home. Dylan had howled like a wounded animal when she threw everyone out. He continued to mumble about the lost profits while shaking a weary head. When the questioning was done, Rose drifted back to the bar to sort out his thoughts. Most of the police left within the next few hours after wandering in and out in 2s and 3s to take evidence, try vids, and whatever else police did at the scene of a murder. He observed the proceedings with half-hearted interest. Another lead, another dead end. Only this time, he could do no better than watch as a woman who'd tried to help him was gunned down. He briefly considered the possibility he was somehow to blame, but quickly gave up the idea. He doubted Warwick, or anyone else, would have killed Jarl just to get back at him for something. Jarl had obviously been Scoggins' target because of something she had, or hadn't, done, or something Rose couldn't even begin to guess at. He stared down into the half-empty bottle of Connor's, sloshing the liquid inside. All right, Tuna. No problem at all. I appreciate the matches. It had long since stopped foaming from the agitation, and now simply swirled around in a small whirlpool. He glanced again at Vietz and Dylan, who were talking quietly behind the bar. Rose guessed the two knew each other well, at least professionally. Who knew how much further it went? Whatever the situation, Dylan obviously had more patience for her than Rose had, who'd stopped answering even her occasional questions more than 90 minutes ago. Rose continued to fume into his bottle, silently cursing Solaris, Warwick, Lieutenant Vietz, the clans, and everything else that came to mind. How could a society function when divided into 5 independent, supposedly equal governments within shooting distance of one another? How could these governments let a killer walk the streets? How could they ever bring anyone to justice when each sector of the city operated under its own separate police? And how could Vietz just sit there when Rose had positively identified the assassin as Scoggins? He'd shouted that very question at her in his best commander's voice. The lieutenant had been surprisingly polite in the face of his hostility, pointing out that he was, after all, an off-worlder, with no ties to the victim or the alleged assailant. Of course we'll follow up on the lead you've given us, Vietz had said with a polite smile, but I'm not sure anything will come of it. Mr. Scoggins is a Liao national, and likely safe and sound somewhere in Cathay right now. Rose finished his beer in one gulp, then stared again at Vietz and Dylan, who were conversing in whispers. Feelings were boiling in him. His frustration at not being able to find a mech anywhere in Solaris, exhaustion from going without sleep for something like 48 hours, and then the horror of Jarl's murder. Even a man as controlled as he normally was could crack under the strain. So, Lieutenant Vietz, he said bitterly, I suppose this means you'll just saunter on back to the station house and fill out your report. Just grab a bite to eat, maybe some nice young cop groupie, and head home for the evening. Nothing more about the so-called incident tonight. Vietz gazed at Rose, her jaw clenched angrily. The knuckles on her right near hand went white as she slowly turned away from Dylan. But Rose continued to taunt her. You slack-jawed, blue-chested clods are all alike. This bottle has more brains. Oh, so the wise mech warrior wants to show this poor, stupid clod how to conduct a police investigation. Do tell me, wise one, how should I proceed? Vietz scoffed. Rose had expected anger, but not the instant confrontation. Wait, I know, she continued. I'll assemble the whole rest of the force, and we'll march into Cathay. Kick the bejesus out of anything that moves, and drag back this Scoggins character you say killed Jarl Willens. He did kill her. Rose jabbed an accusing finger at the officer and pounded the bar for effect. The bottle danced to the vibration as it had on the table earlier. Lieutenant Vietz didn't even acknowledge he'd spoken. Better yet, we'll just ask the Cathayans to turn him over. That wouldn't be such a problem. Yes, that's right. It seems like one of your malcontents shot one of our citizens at a local drinking establishment this evening. Could you just send him over with a note that says you don't mind if we hang him? Thank you very much.
All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Went for a walk this morning to the graveyard. Saw a guy standing behind a tombstone. Thought I'd be polite and I said, "Morning." He replied and said to me, "Nope, just taking a shit."
He was standing, huh? Damn.
Some people are just talented like that.
Say, I normally at least got a squat.
I knew one guy, he always tells this story about how he was on a date and he got really nervous, so he went outside and he shit in a Tim Hortons cup. Which is just, I mean, it's crazy, but that's good aim.
I say, yeah, you got to admire the skill on that. As the other 10 people in the match are wondering what the hell they got themselves into.
No, this is MechWarrior. They know exactly what they got themselves into. This is the kind of shit clanners would hear if they intercepted your comms.
Target spotted.
The hell is that Shadowcat doing over there?
Target spotted.
Artillery strike activated.
As a Crusader in the basement doing Crusader things.
Two on the wall, Fox 4, Fox 5.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
Are we doing basement things? I want to do basement things. Let's go pick on that Crusader.
New target acquired.
Yeah, we bullied that Crusader. Bullied him good.
New target acquired.
I mean, it's only fair that we're down here if they're going to snipe from the wall.
They have like 4 or 5 on the wall.
Yeah, the problem is that they're ahead of us.
Target spotted.
I don't know, for what we did to that poor Crusader, we should have got 2 points.
New target acquired.
I really don't think he expected fucking 7 of us to come down here with him.
Center torso critical damage.
Target spotted.
Damn, Elvis, you alright? You look a little toasty and harmless.
target acquired.
Target spotted.
Heatsink destroyed.
Jesus Christ, people. Get out of the fucking basement.
Left torso destroyed. Left arm destroyed. Center torso critical damage. Right arm critical damage.
Going in the basement is never a winning game.
Destroyed.
They got like a whole squad of cicadas.
New target acquired.
Executioner coming into the basement, target alpha.
New target acquired.
It's never a winning prospect. You're never going to win by being like, oh, I'm going to go hide in the basement.
New target acquired.
It is the worst idea ever.
New target.
Stop it, people. Don't do it. Ever. Just don't do it. It's only you. Because going in the basement is the worst idea ever.
Yeah.
We never said it was a good idea. Not once did we say it was.
New target acquired. Right leg critical damage.
Only I break my legs.
New target acquired. Left leg critical.
Thanks, Tuna. Appreciate the matches. And, of course, the continued support of the channel. Have a great night, and I'll catch you again soon.
Now it's my turn to be disappointed in all of you.
Frickin' frackin' people. We had a quad going down into the fucking basement like fucking morons. All right, back to the Kintaro. That's been my most successful mech of the evening. So let's go play that again. Rose gripped the edge of the bar and fought against the anger that threatened to overwhelm him. He'd wanted to provoke her, but now she'd turned the tables. At least then you'd be doing something. Again, Vietz ignored him. She continued to pace behind the bar, her eyes cast upward as if for heavenly inspiration. Suddenly she clapped her hands and turned to Rose. I've got it! We'll just call in those limp swords over in the international sector. They just love the chance to show off all those shiny new rifles they carry around. Rose roared and vaulted the bar, one hand acting as the pivot as his legs came sweeping over the surface. His top leg shot forward, and the toes of his boot sought Vietz's exposed head. The lieutenant ducked under the blow. With a sharp movement, she struck the inside of the elbow of the arm supporting his weight. Rose's entire body, which a moment ago had been perfectly poised on that one arm, came crashing down. Momentum carried him across the bar's flat surface, allowing him to land mostly on the padded runway. His head, however, bounced off the stainless steel sink just below the bar's surface. Fighting off the initial dizziness, Rose was attempting to stand when the other side of his head exploded in pain. Stars shot off behind his eyes, but he managed to rise to one knee before something reached under his chin and rocked his head. He felt his teeth chip as his head flew back and force his body to follow. Flat on his back behind the bar, Rose tried to roll away from the stomp he was sure to follow. But the attack never came.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
For suicide.
For you, maybe. It keeps me alive. And besides, you can't kill me. Only I can kill me.
Affirmative.
See, Hulk knows the answer.
Wow, if that was true, there would be far less tragedy in the world.
Target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New
Target
target
spotted.
acquired.
Charlie.
Sorry. Target
New
spotted.
That's a lot of beef
acquired.
moving in Delta 5.
Target spotted.
Echo 6 as well.
Target spotted.
New target
Target spotted.
acquired. New
Target
target
spotted.
acquired.
Target spotted.
Fleet 19, Echo 6.
New target
Target spotted.
acquired.
Target spotted.
Warning, incoming missile.
Target spotted.
New target
Alpha
acquired.
Charlie.
Spotted. Target spotted.
UAV up. Won't last.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
Rope. Echo 6 up high.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Their boat got
Warning,
me.
incoming missile.
Target spotted.
Warning, incoming missile.
Get Foxy.
New target acquired.
Foxy a poke inch.
Target spotted.
Just on the back.
Target spotted.
Critical damage.
Jesus Christ! What the fuck? Am I just being too aggressive tonight? Or is the rest of the team being, not aggressive enough?
They push around these guys, that's bad.
I mean, I don't even know where did the third person come from?
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
I mean, suddenly I just got mobbed by, a whole bunch of people out of, nowhere. But of course, all of our people are all the way back here at the beginning still, too.
Echo, if you're mid.
Acquired.
It's like they're not, our people just aren't moving in.
Warning, incoming missile.
They're not being, at all aggressive. They're not moving in for position. Sigh.
Left arm critical damage. Left arm destroyed.
And of course, if people would stop voting for this absolute shithole of a map, I'd be even happier. It's the little things.
New target acquired. Heat level critical. Center torso critical damage. Left arm critical damage. Heat level critical. Target destroyed. Left.
See, if he'd overridden there, he wouldn't have shut down in front of the enemy. Maybe I'm just being too aggressive. I need to stay with the team and not go and do things. But clearly our team didn't know what the hell they were doing anyway, because we got our asses absolutely handed to us. Oh well. He rolled over backward and came up into a crouch, eyes searching for his opponent. He stood slowly as waves of nausea threatened to knock him back down to one knee. Just out of the range of his foot stood Lieutenant Vietz, her hands easily balancing her tonfa. Rose had seen and recognized the martial arts weapon earlier during the interrogation, but he'd mistakenly passed it off as merely ornamental or clumsy. Certainly, it was neither. Risking a look away from the weapon, he glanced up at the officer holding it. To his surprise, Vietz was smiling. "You find this amusing, Officer Vietz?" Rose began to relax, but only after his opponent shifted her weight firmly onto one foot. "Mech boy, this is my idea of a real good time. Pounding the snot out of you tough guys is a dream come true to us poor stupid clods." Touché. Rose straightened and felt the adrenaline flowing out of his system. His head began to pound from the twin lumps he'd received. He tested the second knot, not surprised to see his hand come away bloody. He looked over at Vietz, who continued to smile as she twirled her tonfa around a seemingly unmoving hand. With a snap of the wrist, the weapon was back in its place at her side. "Dylan, I'm officially off duty. I need something to drink." "Yes, ma'am. One on the way. And I'll bring some ice for your head, Rose." Rose waved an affirmative without looking at Dylan. A check of his chin revealed it was bleeding too, but not as severely as the head wound. Rose realized he was lucky to be alive, but that only slightly eased the pain. "I've been beaten, stabbed, and twice ejected from an exploding mech. I've never had a fight go against me that quickly or that surely." Rose reached for a nearby cloth and dabbed his head. Lieutenant Vietz let the silence linger as she crossed to the other side of the bar and took a seat next to the one Rose had only recently occupied. "Well, I'm just guessing, but since we're on a planet known for gambling, I'd wager you've never underestimated an opponent so badly. Never let an opponent make you so angry, and never fought a 9th Dan black belt. But like I said, I'm just guessing. You could have been one hell of a lucky guy all your life." Rose walked around the bar and sat next to Vietz. He wondered about Dylan, but the bartender seemed to know when it was time to make himself scarce. "I'm sorry I insulted you in your police force. Thanks for going easy on me and giving me the chance to learn from my mistake. It isn't a lesson I'll need again." "Apology accepted, Mr. Rose. Now, if Dylan will only get back here with my drink, Ah, speak of the devil. Dylan emerged from the back room with a plastic bag full of ice, which he gave to Rose, and a small porcelain bottle, which he gave to Vietz. Reaching into his apron, he produced a matching porcelain cup he also handed to the policewoman. Now that the two of you are on speaking terms, maybe we can get back to business. Dylan was obviously pleased Rose was no longer shouting and Vietz was off duty. Lieutenant, can you tell me what's going to happen and how fast? I know, you don't run the department, and there are a lot of things that can happen. But I've already figured out you must have a pretty good idea of which way this one will go. I really need to know. Rose did his best to make the request humble, but not groveling. If he guessed right, and this particular guess wasn't very difficult, Vietz was the type of woman who wouldn't respond well to weakness or begging. She might, however, tell him some of what he wanted, or needed, to know if he could convince her it was important. I don't know why I'm bothering to tell you any of this. Not only would my butt be in a sling if the captain found out, but you'd just use the information to get yourself killed. That, or you'd kill somebody else.
Online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Fleet command, coming in.
Engage.
Capture the target area and engage any hostiles. Affirmative.
Maybe I can manage not to get myself killed, like, right away this time. That'd be great. Maybe I can survive for a minute. If not, maybe I can knock myself out at tier 1. It's the little things in life that can make me happy. And if it makes you happy, it can't be that bad.
We're a quarter of the way there. Keep it up.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
Warning, incoming missile.
Got an Urker?
Warning, incoming
Target
missile.
spotted.
And they got missiles flying.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
Watch out for that trebuchet. 2 binary.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
The enemy has destroyed Alpha.
Target destroyed.
Target
New
spotted.
target acquired.
Target spotted. Target
New
spotted.
target
Target
acquired.
spotted. Need assistance. Target
New
spotted.
target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired. Warning, incoming missile.
Target spotted.
Where did he spot me from?
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Trebuchet's open both legs.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Target destroyed. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Warning, incoming missile.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. Center torso critical damage.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target,
Target spotted.
acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Target destroyed.
Target spotted.
Incoming missile.
Target spotted.
Left arm critical damage. Warning, incoming missile. Left arm destroyed. Left torso.
Legs are open with that trebuchet.
And CT.
Damn, the streaker came over to get me.
New target acquired.
I'm not mad about that one, though.
Left torso critical damage. New target acquired. Warning, incoming missile. New target acquired. Warning, incoming missile.
I almost had him.
Target destroyed.
Target spotted.
Target acquired.
You guys are fighting, right? You're all aiming after me right now.
New target acquired. Target destroyed. Left arm destroyed. Warning, incoming missile. Target acquired. Right arm critical damage.
Almost everything's open city at this point.
Heat level critical.
That's it. Back it up. The hostiles are taking control of the target.
XTC Hurricane loves that fucking Arctic Wolf with the ATMs. I almost don't see him running anything else anymore. You think that little of me after such a brief time? You did attack me first, remember, Mech Boy? Mech Boy. Just what does that mean? You don't know me, what I do, or how I make a living. Rose let equal parts of anger and calm slip into his voice. How did she know? Oh, Mech Boy, I know you. I know you and your kind. Strutting around like you own every place you walk into. All full of attitude and just itching for a fight with some poor local. I can see it in the walk, the talk, the way you drink your beer. You're a Mech Boy, all right, even without that tin-plated, fusion-powered, death-giving machine you call a battle mech. Rose was impressed with the passion of Viet's response. He'd met people who didn't like mech warriors. He'd even met people who hated them. But he'd never met a person who made the word mech sound like something dredged up from the bottom of a cesspool. If you hate us so much, why are you on Solaris? None of your damn business, Mech Boy. Rose saw the fire in her eyes. Adrenaline was pumping through her again. Rose took a quick mental inventory of both his body and his few assets. He knew in an instant he couldn't take her in a fight, either fair or foul. At least, not without a mech. He also knew he had to keep her talking if he was going to accomplish his personal mission. Then why are you still talking to me? Like someone throwing a switch and plunging a room into darkness, Rose saw the anger flow out of Lieutenant Viet's. She held him in a rigid stare, unblinking for long seconds as she examined him. Rose imagined that with a stare so intent, she could look into his soul. He held her eyes with what he hoped was equal intensity. When she spoke, Rose was shocked by the power and conviction in her voice.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Override.
He's already smoking in the middle.
Sorry, I had Taco Bell for lunch. Oh, not that middle.
Target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Like, I'm gonna try the 5.
Warning.
As expected, they're all coming over the 5 line at the moment, so no need to rotate. Let's just turn around and face them.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Warning. Incoming missile.
Yeah, I don't see a lot of people turn around.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
On Charlie's back.
Bueller.
Target spotted.
New target.
So instead, we're just going to continue to fucking run. We're just going to continue to rotate. Which means we're going to lose a couple of people.
Get out of there, lights. They're all turn around.
Target destroyed. Target acquired.
On Echo.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Oh, RC3 guys gonna be on in a minute.
Guys, I think we need to turn around.
Alpha download. Echo 5, Delta 5.
Spotted.
On golf.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Focusing on Alpha.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Alpha CT.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
On Delta.
Target spotted.
You guys are missing a great fight.
This is why I don't understand why we just continue to rotate over the entire map and allow the light packs to just, eat our assaults.
Sure you don't help anyone. On Foxtrot.
Target spotted.
And that's what they did. They just fucking ate our assaults.
Because the two assaults that got whacked are on the outside, hoping everyone else will take the damage and make it snipe. Nobody
Target
cares about
destroyed.
you.
Golf above you.
Target acquired.
Hold this on golf.
Bravo.
If only somebody had called where they were coming from at the beginning and said, hey, let's turn around and face them rather than getting all strung out. I don't know, maybe that would have been an idea.
Juliet. Echo. Left torso Echo.
Heat level critical.
I mean, we literally let our assaults get eaten. And now we're left with a whole pack of freaking lights coming after our lights. Because we let our lights all get eaten. Or our assaults all get eaten. I don't understand the way some of the people play this game. Why the fucking rotation? Especially when somebody calls it early and says, hey, they're here, let's not do the thing. And so what do? We do the thing. I mean, this is honestly one of the reasons why I like some of the lower tier matches. Because people are actually willing to think and listen sometimes. And not just fucking run around in circles. Did somebody actually say at the beginning? And I'm pretty sure they did. I don't know why people would just turn around. Why would we turn back? To face the enemy.
Heat level critical.
Because if you have assaults who can't keep up with the rapid rotation... soapbox. I gotta get off my soapbox. Because it clearly, does no good sometimes.
New target acquired.
Worry about base. Kill the other guy.
His legs are pretty bad.
Left leg critical damage. Warning, incoming missile. Warning, incoming missile.
Yeah, cool down. You got time.
J-Friend is having one hell of a good match here.
Might want to chain fire to keep it flashing light. You can hug the Arctic Wolf and fight Piranha from there. Arctic Wolf's AT you can hug him. Get in there, get in the cap circle. Get on the cap. Get in the cap.
It's his match, let him play.
Well, start game.
I know, he's doing pretty fantastic.
Yes, he is. Just helping him out.
New target acquired. Target acquired.
I don't know if they have ammo, man. Stay in there.
Yeah, just stay in the cap.
I don't think they have any ammo. Just stand
ATM
there
guy
and
can't
shoot 'em.
shoot you, the other guy is not doing anything. Don't pop yourself. Just stand.
Ah, my stuff. No.
That's bullshit. Yeah,
He had stealth on.
Ah, I'm so sorry, guys.
Nah, man.
Brother,
Nah,
you
that's
have
right.
nothing to be
I had no idea it was on.
Yeah, you had one hell of a match, man. Well done.
Yeah, nearly clinched it. Thanks.
Sucks that he had his stealth on. Alright, this mech is not cutting it anymore at this point. Let's get something else. Cappy Spider. Because why not meme it out for the rest of the night, right? At least it had speed on its side. I keep hoping, Mech Boy, that one of you will turn out to be different from all the rest. She broke the stare, glancing away. Rose unconsciously relaxed, exhaling a long breath. When she turned back to him, the intensity was gone. She stared at him, but it was not the same. Since you're new to the area, I'll make this as simple as possible. She poured a cupful of clear liquid from the bottle and held it to her nose for a brief instant before downing it in a single swallow. If I assume you're right about Scoggins, and I'm willing to do that, I need a sworn affidavit from you that says you saw him murder Jarl Willens and are willing to testify to it in court. Vietz held up her pinky to accentuate the point. I go to my boss, a man known far and wide as an impartial dispenser of justice, and tell him that just before a championship fight, a backup pilot was killed by a man in the employ of the other stable. Up went the ring finger. I fill out more forms than you'll see in 10 years and pass them on up the ladder, explaining why Scoggins has to be brought back to the Black Hills for trial. Up went the middle finger. Rose shifted his ice bag, sensing where the lieutenant was leading. Eventually, the whole thing gets handled by the bureaucrats, and Scoggins does or doesn't stand trial, depending on who owes what favors to who or how much money is brought to bear on the issue. Vietz's index finger uncurled from her thumb. That's what we call a 4-step ladder back at base. Any one of the rungs goes, and nobody gets to the top. So you're saying it won't be easy to bring Scoggins in for trial? Rose, I'd have to take off both boots to count the steps in that ladder. And you'd like it all to be finished by the start of the fight. I can see it in your eyes. Rose tried, with surprising success, to conjure a mental image of Vietz without boots, or anything else for that matter. He forced his mind to shift gears and concentrate on the problem. She deserved more respect than a mental undressing. Even with his resolve, however, it took longer than he anticipated to dispel the image. Vietz was just finishing her second cup as Rose began thinking aloud. So, again, time is against me. If I'm right, Warwick is out to get Carstairs' pilots and change the odds of the fight everyone is trying so damn hard to keep the same. Even if Scoggins comes to trial, it won't be until long after the fight, and it won't bring Jarl back or change Warwick's plans. Rose could see the man sitting like a pack rat atop his pile of gold. Warwick wants this championship, and he had Jarl killed as part of his plan to win it. To Rose, the facts were as plain as the pain in his head. He looked at Vietz, who only shrugged and poured another drink. Maybe so, maybe no. Lieutenant, have you ever met Warwick? Vietz absently shook her head. Rose continued, although he was only partially sure Vietz was even listening to him anymore. As he spoke, she stared into the empty porcelain cup, head cocked slightly as if hearing something very far away. He's the type of man you meet once and either hate or love. There's no middle ground. Just ask Dylan. I found myself falling on the side of the former emotion, even before he had Scoggins murder Jarl. You don't know that. You're right. But I know the way Scoggins looked at me before he pulled the trigger. It was like we were sharing a secret, something only he and I knew anything about. I know Warwick stands to gain a lot more than he loses if one of Carstairs' pilots dies. I also know that after spending 10 minutes alone with the man, I can't stand the sight of him. It's probably unreasonable, but I'm going to go with my guts on this. Warwick is to blame, even if there is no proof. Rose stood and started to walk away. Where are you going now, mech boy? Vietz looked up from her empty cup. You going to start something nobody wants to see happen? You going to make my life miserable, mech boy? Rose could see the challenge in her eyes and hear the frustration in her voice. She deserved better than to have to deal with this, to deal with him. She deserved a chance to do her job without his quest getting in the way. But he'd let events control him too long. It was time to seize the initiative and regain control of his life. For all the right reasons, he lied to her. No, Lieutenant Vietz, I'm going back to the hotel for some sleep and a couple of pain pills. I won't bother you again. All right, guys, that is the end of this chapter. It's after midnight, which also means this will be the last match of the evening. Because I have to work tomorrow. I got a volunteer event in the morning. It's going to be great. But of course, after the match, we'll go and find somebody who's streaming to raid. Maybe Peachy if she's on and streaming. She probably is at this time of day.
Sensors online.
And at least it's a conquest in my Cappy Spider to finish it off.
All systems.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Capture and hold the resource point. Stop any hostiles that get in your way. Command confirming that we have possession of Kappa. Target spotted. Gamma. They've taken Epsilon. Enemy forces have Sigma. Resource point Theta is ours.
UAV
Target
activated.
spotted. Target spotted.
Fuel at 25%.
Target spotted.
I had no intentions on staying at Theta.
Target spotted. Theta is controlled by the enemy. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
Because unless my team was up there with me, I had no plans on dying.
Target spotted. We have gained Epsilon. Need assistance?
And I would have.
Negative.
I'd already be dead.
Target spotted. Need assistance? Target spotted.
Target acquired.
Need assistance? Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Need assistance? Target spotted. Need assistance? Kappa is under enemy control. Target spotted. We've already gained it. Target spotted.
25%.
Target spotted.
Fuel
Target
at
spotted.
0%.
Need assistance? Affirmative. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. The enemy is at 25%. Target spotted. We've captured target spotted. Point Sigma. Target spotted. Target spotted.
UAV activated. Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 0%.
Target spotted. 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 Command confirming that we have possession of Kappa. Enemy forces have Sigma. Target spotted.
Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 0%.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Halfway to victory. We need to keep holding on to our resource points. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Kappa is under enemy control. Target spotted.
Target acquired.
And while those guys were over there playing with me, we killed everybody else. We win.
Destroyed. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Target destroyed.
Target spotted.
Target acquired.
Hostiles have collected 50% of their resources. Capture resource points from them to stop the bleeding.
Target destroyed.
Command confirming that we have possession of Kappa.
Target
Target
acquired.
spotted. Need assistance?
Because when a Cappy Spider does its job, sometimes that's all that's needed.
Almost there. One final push. Target spotted.
Target destroyed.
We've gathered enough resources. This triumph will provide us
Oh, yeah. Go out for the win. I wonder if I did enough damage to not get a down arrow, though. Oh, I did. Let's see. I spent 1:48 capping, which is more than just about everyone else in the game combined. If you took out Purple Puke, it might actually be. And that's with the Cappy Spider's abilities. All right, everyone. Well, that is going to do it for the Wednesday Stompy Mech stream. Thanks for being here with me tonight. I know it's a little bit different than normal, but hey, sometimes that's the way it gets to be. So let's do a little bit of housekeeping here, and then we'll go ahead and go and raid somebody. So, you know what? Let's do this. Let's bring this one in, shall we? Thank you to all of you. The greatest gift that you can give to a streamer is a gift of your time. And I appreciate that you guys all gave me the gift of yours this evening. Whether it was for 5 minutes or 4.5 hours. Whichever way. Thanks so much for being here with me tonight. If you guys weren't here, I wouldn't continue to do this. Today was Wednesday. It's Thursday now, at least here where I am. Which means we'll have Stompy Mech Thursday tonight. We'll continue to read our main event by James Long, and we'll have more Stompy Mech goodness with more Mech Warrior Online. I hope to see more of my 601 friends, but thanks of course to Cajun Tuna and Lieutenant McKay for coming and joining in for some matches with me tonight. Then, looking ahead to the weekend, I think we'll have a hockey game either Friday or Saturday or Sunday. They've normally been on Saturdays, so if I can stream Saturday, I will. If I can't, it'll be Sunday. But I typically will take Friday off to spend with the family. So that's, looking ahead to the next couple of days here of my streaming. Of course, as always, if you guys could, I stream on both Twitch and YouTube. If you haven't been out to my YouTube channel, youtube.com/@SirArminius. Give me a subscribe out there. I'd greatly appreciate it. Helps me to grow that channel as well. And that is where I put all the recordings of the chapters that I do on my Tuesday Storytime streams. Hope you guys all have a wonderful rest of your Wednesday if it's still Wednesday. Fantastic Thursday if it's Thursday. And hope to see all of you again tonight for Stompy Mech Thursday. If you're on my Twitch channel, please stick around for the raid. Good night, everybody.